You can boycott entering races with committee. Don't you dare threaten my stream like that, sir. Inappropriate. Inappropriate at all. Viper, what's going on? I think got everyone covered from last week. Yeah. We ain't boycotting those streams. Yo. Don't be doing that. If it was super important to me, I would time you out for at least 5 minutes. What did I do this weekend? What was this weekend? What was it? Oh yeah, the rookie draft. Yeah, I watched some of the draft. I gotta close this window. They're doing construction out back. Yeah, the draft was swell, I guess. I don't know. I didn't think that we needed a tight end in the first round, but we got a tight end in the first round, so what can I do? Fake holiday, so no plans. What is that, Monday? Sunday? Sunday. I'll be at church. Now, this weekend was, the draft, gambling, UFC, bare knuckle. Holy shit, does anybody watch bare knuckle? The bare knuckle event on Saturday was insane. Yeah, I gotta work that Monday. I'm gonna go live later in the evening for the normal stream. I'll probably go I might do like 4:30 or 5 instead of 5:30. But it's a time and a half day at work, so gotta get that money. All right, and I got Mr.b confirmed for 7:30 then, so I can probably maybe switch that up so that it goes normal. We can go as normal. I was gonna go live early so I could get all the picks and stuff in before he came up, so I didn't have to do any of the picking in between and fuck my flow up. But this way, get all the picks out of the way now, and then when he gets up, we just watch the races and win or lose. Cost me 2K as well. I almost went the other way. I almost went with Bedlam. I said, you know what? Horse for the course. And unfortunately, second was the play there. But I hope we got that I hope we got some of that Mr.b money in over the weekend in the major. As real as it gets. Centaur Fold running tonight. I know it's 12 for 12 now? It's crazy that it's only now, what was that, 2 weeks ago? But JJ, you were here 2 weeks ago when that horse was like 4 for 4. Let me see here. What are you posting? What are these links you have access to? Come on, dude. I don't want to open that shit. Granddaddy. Grandpa, did you get your account banned? What's going on here? Or is this an actual different granddaddy? But welcome anyway. We have a grandpa's do it best in the Discord. Robbie from Discord. Oh, nice. Welcome. Yeah, this was free, obviously. I didn't see this one. When did this go off? That was yesterday. 10. Nah, I was sleeping. That's actually kind of dope. I was sleeping. But yeah, that's free money. So keep an eye out for free money Centaur Fold. Yeah, we got scooped today. We got scooped on Lamenters. Yeah, I lost 2K on that as well, but that's all right. We get it back. That horse has given us so much. We can't be upset when, like, it didn't even run bad. Like, it ran second. Like, it's still a good finish, but obviously we had the win ticket. Just trying to see what the game is about. Horse racing. You know anything about horse racing? Anything at all? Have you ever been to a racetrack, put a wager in, watch the Derby on your TV? Nothing. Anything helps. Wager all the time. Yeah, perfect. So if you know how to read a program, you should be pretty even with everything else that's going on. The only thing you don't get different is, so we'll open the first race and we'll look. Actually, let's see what happened and what didn't happen. Monday Mayhem. Race 1, we get a full complement. All right. Race 2, win only. Maybe win place, win only. Win place show, win place show, win place show. So we get 4. I bet you find a handful of other people that go the opposite way of that comment. Definitely go the opposite way with a handful of other people that may chime in, but it's a fine one. It's a fine one to like. Forgot who mine was. It's been a while. I don't even think they're around anymore, unfortunately. I guess my favorite jockeys would be the ones that won races for me in real life. Dusty Shepherd. Who else? Dusty Shepherd rode. Who else? Hector Barrios. Hector Barrios is out in California, I think, now. But he won one for me. Ortiz? No. Who was it? I gotta dig up my old pictures. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I knew a lot of good riders. I knew a lot of trainers. I'm in Philadelphia, so old Philadelphia Park, I had all the old Spanish trainers I grew up around, all Puerto Rican jockeys, all of them. Name them. I probably got a story for them potentially, but yeah, that was the. They all came up. They all came to Philly for some reason. I don't know what it was. I mean, they all came right to the East Coast, but Philly seemed like the target point for most of the Puerto Rican jockeys. All right. Yeah, so if you look at the way that, shout out to Liberty Tree. What's going on, bud? Appreciate you putting these together. But he built the form the same way as DRF for the most part. The only thing you don't have here, as like we do in real life, is workouts. I mean, that's the big one. That's really it. The biggest one is workouts, and then buyer speed numbers are just fleet figures in this game. So we have those, and that's basically what we try and. I mean, it's almost the same. It's basically same. Yeah, no jockeys, no workouts. You just got to make sure you're in the right province for the action. I know some states, countries don't really allow the participation in such events like this. But yeah, the first race we have is Juvies going 7 furlongs right turf on a good track. Did you not get one in here either, JJ? You're a right turf stable and you don't have anything in here? What the shit? All right. Florida. No, Florida should be good. I think, right? Someone else in chat has to be from Florida. I feel like Florida's good. I don't know if they have it listed anywhere of the states that are able to participate. Terms of service. Are there restrictions? All right. All right, I'm in the right spot. I just don't know if there's a list. Ooh, nice. Let me know if you guys can hear the outside noise. I'll mute while they're cutting, but it might be like this for at least another hour. I hope not, but if I can talk over it, I'll talk over it. Yeah, that's what I thought too, Viper. I thought they had a map up somewhere. I don't know where I could find it. Maybe it's in Discord. Count, learn how to play, news. No. Support. No, I don't need support. All right. Maybe here. All right, here we go. Maybe. Here we go. Nah. Florida's fucked. God, Florida sucks. That's ass. Imagine coming to learn how the game works. You can't even participate. You have to use the VPN tool, I think. So 1, 2. So Florida's out. Louisiana's dead. Wow, there's only a handful of states that can actually do wagering. I didn't think it was that low. The entire Upper East Coast, of course, that makes sense. Wow, yeah, I never looked at this map before. Good eye, Viper. Ew, that's gross. And who's down here? What's this, Maryland? So Maryland can't participate? And Delaware? I mean, to be fair, if he pays attention to IRL wagering, then he's paid his dues already. But yeah, it's same. You know what I mean? Minus jockeys, minus workouts. You still have the race types, conditions. The one thing that's more prevalent here than it is in real life is a lot of the races have to do with carrying more weight. Most of the allowances. Etc. Yeah, I forgot. We do that stuff too. But yeah, we'll get into the first race, and we'll go from there. But first race, A+ is going 7/8, 7 furlongs, on a good track. Let me see if there's anyone that we recognize from the last couple weeks first. I don't think we had anybody. Well, the good thing is we get a full... Oh, we got a slide bar now, too. Let's go. What are these new things? Shout out Liberty. I don't think a single one of these horses ever run on a Monday or a Tuesday, which is kind of dope. So it's an unknown. Yep, unknown. All right, let's get into the first race. First race, the 1 has 1 start at 7 furlongs, 2 starts on good, and the 2 starts on good are no good. The most recent came time before last, where it ran 10th and put up a 54. Not too good. Was sprinting for the most part. Does have a couple mids. Ran 3rd in S- stakes, so it jumped to condition and ran in the S- and ran 3rd. And put up a 60. Not too promising. A plus max. Yep, another 12. Yeah, so good, not looking too hot. So the one probably gonna stay off the card. We get that. The fuck. We drop down to the 2, who also has one start at 7 furlongs, but it looks like it was a 5th place finish. Ran a 64. It looks like it wasn't similar company, but ran against a couple horses in here. Philosophy the last 2 times out. I'm sure we'll get to that one. But yeah, based on what we're seeing here, not very consistent, not very trustworthy, in my opinion. Actually running all over the place too. So I pass on the 2. 3, Mountain Girl. All right. 2 starts at 7. No good, no good. 2 starts on good. 1 win with a 69 high. Fleet. The win came in the non-winners of 1. Just really a non-winners of 2, but non-winners of 1. Carried weight. 1 convincingly, it looks. Maybe not convincingly, but 1. The other 7 furlong start was... All right, let me check that benchmark, because that benchmark was likely full of S minuses, in which case that makes sense why it ran really bad. But let's check. All right, yep. So in over its head, even though an A plus won the race. Put up a 76. Jeez. Didn't he just tweet about this horse today? I feel like he did. But with that said, Mountain Girl could be in the picture. I don't know that 7 furlongs is the distance for it. It looks like it wants to go shorter. Has the win at 6. Has the other win at 6. Has a start at 8 furlongs, no good on the ideal conditions. And then the 7 furlong came in that tough race, but didn't lift its feet up at all. So I could see maybe Mountain Girl for like a show sprinkle, but I don't know if I'm gonna get the win ticket on that one. Drop down to the 4, the Babe. This is a good horse. Out of Knowles stable. Shout out Chicken Knowles. Jeez, yeah, this might be the one. 3 starts at 7, 2 wins and a third. 5 starts on a good track, 4 wins, 78 high in both. So far a horse for the course. Distance matches up. Track preference, track conditions match up. It's coming off a very, very big number, considering. But both times it touched 70 was at 7 furlongs, 78 and 71. I lie. There's a 64 in here as well, but it's not. That's on yielding, so probably the cause for that. The other 2 were on a good and a good. So yielding might just be a little bit too soft for it. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to go against this 4. I'm gonna put the 4. I'm gonna put the imaginary check mark right here so far. We'll drop down. We'll check out the 5. Addison Lee out of Gully Stables. 10 starts, a win, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. A win and a second at 4 furlongs. A win and a second and a third on a good track. All right, so 50-50 at the distance with a win and a second is not terrible. Let's see where it actually went bad. So first start out, it ran 5th. Second start out, it ran on a soft track and ran the second out of 10 horse field. Okay. Came back on good, win, put up a 67. Came back last time on 7, put up a 6. All right, so Addison Lee could be like a second or like a place show sprinkle as well. I don't know if I would give it the nod over the 4. It's gonna be hard to give anything a nod over the 4. But yeah, the 5 could be on like a place show play. 6 candid, 3 starts, a win at 7. Put up a 79 with that win. 2 starts on good, no good. The 79 came in last start out. Let's actually go look at that field. Another Blue Elder. Jeez, he's just knocking them out. A pluses. And it beat Proud Spell too in that race. Proud Spell is the one that smushed everything earlier. All right, so Candy, not bad. Doesn't show up. Let me see the other two races where that were at 7 furlongs. All right, so 4th, that's not terrible. 5th. So 4th, 5th win. Okay. 5th was in a 12 horse. The 4th was in a 12 horse. So they're full fields also. So they're not terrible finishes. They're not back half finishes, which is fine. Oh yeah, you're looking at this one. The Velvet Classic. Yeah, that's an extra. We'll probably get to that one. I want to get through the first race. We normally cover that one as well. Candid could pop off, honestly. I don't expect it to. I think there's a couple horses so far that we've seen that you could easily get away with like a place show play on. But I still think I think it's tough for me to pick the 6 over the 4. But the 6 is definitely close. The last race is very encouraging, but that did come on a fast track, and this is a good track. So it's almost the same. Got the 7 Ryan, 5 starts, a 7, 2 wins, and a third. 6 starts on good, a win, and a third. All right, 76 and 76 as well. Just one. I'm actually going to check this out, and I actually need to go get my energy drink out of the freezer before it explodes. Let me see this race first. All right, so this was non-winners of 2, 65 to 69. All right, well, it was the only A plus in a purple field. And the purples were carrying, all right, 2 pounds, a half pound, 2 pounds, 1 pound. I mean, it's a non-winners of 2, so they can't all be that good. All right, well, this one has 3. No good, no good. 2 wins, no wins, 1 win, 1 win. All right, so they're not great horses, obviously. It's a non-winners of 2. All right, so this A plus is just better than 3/4 of the shitty horses that ran this race. Was running and claiming races before that. 4th, non-winners of 1, 5th, A plus, 4th. So he's always right there. You just can't close. The thing I don't like is, I mean, it's not that I don't like it. It's running for 30s, and I know these 30s are full of S minuses as well, so it's beating tough-ish horses when it's running 2nd and 3rd. But this is one that could just be on the board. I'm telling you, it's really hard for me to find a horse so far that can just beat this 4. This 4 is very good. I actually want to look and see. Is it just Gen 0, or is it... Come on, dude. Stop it. Yeah, Gen 0. She's produced winners. Racers, honestly. That's a solid mare. Did he buy this? He did. 28K. That's crazy. And it's plus 32K. What a great horse. What a great purchase. Damn, you got lucky with that one. Good eye, Knowles. Good eye. Nailed the distance down perfectly. Yeah, all right. It's really hard to find something to go against. And honestly, if this is if it's a situation where, I mean, I don't think this horse is going to be chalk, but it's definitely going to get a wager for me. And if it runs 2nd, it runs 2nd. It's just, that's whatever. It just happens. It's something that happens. We'll move on to the 8, Velvet Vengeance. No. You're not getting it from me today. I don't even know if I can bank on this horse to even sniff 3rd, but Yeah, I'll pass on the 8 altogether. Dimensionality, the 9. 14 starts, 4 wins, and a show, so about 33%. 5 starts is 7, 2 wins, 3 starts on good, 1 win. Let's check it out and see. 8. Coming off soft, carrying weight, no good. Time before that, A+ stakes, ran 6th. Time before that, handicap, carrying weight, no good. Stakes, no good. It did win a handicap, and it did win an A+ stakes. Both yielding, which is 1 step above good. But the 4 races after that just don't make any damn sense. Again, they're pushing in a handicap, so it's carrying more weight than it needs to be. But it also won the handicap carrying 123, so it's a weird one. It's won 2 handicaps actually. Way back on the 11th, it won on a yielding track and put up a 70 carrying 124. And won an A+. I don't know if I can I don't think I can trust dimensionality. Maybe someone could trust it for a show, but it looks like it's win or go home, honestly. And I don't think it can win this race. Again, it could, but me personally, I don't think it can. I'm gonna pass a 9. I wouldn't fault place show sprinkles. Fixations assault 1-1-1, 12 life 10 starts, 0 for 2 and 0 for 3 on good and soft at 7 furlongs. It looks like it wants to sprint. It has a win at 6. And then it has a no good at 4 furlongs. And it has a second at 5 furlongs. Yeah, it's just a little inconsistent. Might be time to put it into a 20K claimer. I'm not here to tell you how to run your horses. Just suggest it. Yeah, I'll pass on the 10 as well. And get down to Jamaican Breeze. Same layout as the 10. 0 for 3 at 7 furlongs, but on a good track, it has a win in a second and 3 starts. It's got the odds, which is wild. It's lost to the Babe already. It's lost to Candied. I don't understand this. Where's RVA when I need him? Yeah, I mean, you can. I won't fault. I hope some people come out and sprinkle. Crown Maxi, good mare. Yeah, I just can't find it. Maybe next season this horse is better. 2-year-old season is just a little inconsistent. I have one just like this. It's not fun, but it is what it is. And then Philosophy the 12, the other good horse in the race. 13 starts, 8 wins, and 2 shows. So it's 10 for 13 lifetime on the board. No starts at 7 furlongs, though, is the only issue. So let's see the in-betweens. On a good track, 4 starts, 2 wins, and a show. So that's also very good. But the no 7 furlong starts is concerning. I did see up and down the ladder, so let's see where. Yeah, I would like this horse more if it was 10, 11, 12, and not 7. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's putting up 74, 71, 77. And then when it drops down into the mids, 8 furlongs. This is on soft granite. But it put up a 70 on soft and 1. So down here at 8 furlongs, it put up a 58 and ran 3rd. 4 furlongs, put up a 49. 5 furlongs, 57. I think 7 might just be too short, realistically. I wouldn't fault the sprinkle on the 12. There's an outside chance. I mean, anything could happen. But I think as it stands now, I think the Babe is my go-to. I just can't ignore that. Like, conditions, distance, it's all there. So yeah, I'm gonna lock in the 4. I know it's probably about 3-1. Do a quick refresh before we look. Probably close to 3.5 to 1. All right, never mind. We'll be close to 3-1 potentially by the time we close the book. Yeah, I'm just gonna go. I'm just singling the 4 here. I like a couple other horses, and we'll come back and look. We'll keep an eye on the pool as well because the place pool for the 4 now is up to 1K. I didn't realize that when I put my 300 in, but we would have held off on that because that's what I like to do. But we'll come back. We got an hour and 5. We have an hour. We'll come back in like 50 minutes and we'll double check. I'm gonna run downstairs and I'm gonna grab my energy drink before it freezes and explodes everywhere. Y'all can get race 2 opened up a while. Let me update the ticker first. Crockett, what's going on? Yeah, 12, very good. Definitely suited for the long distance. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna run down and grab my drink real quick. All right. Let me need a couple drinks of this in me. Cheers. I don't know why I'm so damn tired. Jesus. I did have to cut the grass today. That was a pain in the ass. All right. Race 2 short, race 3 short, race 4 short. I believe race 5 short as well. Oh, Crockett, thank you for the resub. I appreciate you, homie. Appreciate you always. All right, race 2 is another juvie race. I don't understand why it didn't fill. The juvie races, and it's left dirt. Definitely should have filled. But it didn't. We ended up with a B plus in the race. All right, let's go B plus. Let's see if it makes sense. All right, Soul Dancer, the 1. Is this A minuses or is this A's? A minus, all right. So the 1, let me open the window back there. As soon as I do this, we're going to start construction again. Let's see if we'll get a little sun in here. See what that does to the lighting. No, I don't like that. We'll keep it tinted. All right. 11 furlongs, left dirt soft. The 1 is 1 for 1 at 11. It came the last time out. Soft record looks pretty solid. 5 wins, 2 seconds, and a third with a high 64 in the fleet. It's a B and an S minus. And it only jumped up 2 spots in the grade instead of the full grade. Okay. It must have been a very bad B. We'll take a look. We always like diving into that. So most of the races we should see are handicaps and stakes. No handicaps at all. All right, 1 handicap. Ran 3rd, carried 1 pound different. So yeah, it looks like this is the distance for the horse. I guess we can put a little circle around it. We can keep it on the slip. It's gonna be hard to make a decision right now, just based on the fact that it's run against a couple other horses in this race, and back in the USSR, it looks like it's the monster of the race. Ran against it 4 times. Back in the USSR, won 3 of the 4 meetings and finished 3rd last time out, where the Soul Dancer ended up winning. So let's scroll down. But yeah, we'll put a little circle here. If we were doing a daily double, we would definitely use the 1 as the other half. Spirits away. Nah. Last race out tells me everything I need to know. Ran for 15K at 11 furlongs, left dirt soft, perfect condition. Trailed the entire way and put up a 30. Its numbers at 7 furlongs, which is way shorter, got higher. So to me it looks like the 2 wants to be a sprinter, not a router. So we'll keep the 2 as far away as we possibly can. What do we have pool wise? Just win? Yeah, win only. All right, so we got to be scientific. Buffy Summers, the 3. Is a left dirt firm, 2.5 firm. Hasn't run on soft. Let's see if it has a sloppy. Yielding 11th, yielding 5th, yielding 6th, yielding 3rd. Nothing above yielding, and the yielding numbers don't look too spectacular. Yeah, I don't think it's going to fare very well. So the 2 and the 3, I mean, the 2 were throw out altogether. If this was sprinting, I would say maybe different. Sprinting and a fast or good track, potentially. But pass on the 2 and the 3 as well. We get down to Laredo. Laredo, I think we've seen. No? Shining Star. No, that's not it either. All right, I haven't seen any of these. But has second-itis. 8 starts, a win, 4 seconds, and a third. So 6 for 8 lifetime. 2 starts at 11, a win, and a second. With 61. Very good. On the soft track, though, no win equity. 4 starts, 3 seconds. So, as it stands right now, it's the 1 and the 4, but I still think I lean the 1 over the 4. But this could be a 3-horse race, essentially. Let's check the 4's numbers. All right, so lost the Soul Dancer, the 1 last start out, finished 2nd. Time before that, 2nd. Time before that, 2nd. Time before that, 3rd. A win. Yeah, so this horse is very consistent. The first 2 races of the career were the bad races, and then hasn't missed the board since. Handicap. Stakes. I'm willing in my own head to say that the 4 runs third. No disrespect intended. But the 4 could have a little circle or invisible check mark as well. But I think I'm still leaning the 1. Slaughter Shield, the B+ against the A minuses. It's 3 starts, a win, a third. 8 starts on soft, 2 wins and a third. It's fine, but it's skipping a condition and jumping up. It's punching above its belt. Can it do it? I don't know if this one in particular can. It has 1 handicaps, which is where it belongs, in my opinion. I'm gonna pass on the B+ and the A- race. Peaches and Nuts, no win to its name. 1 start at 11, a win in a second. 1 start on soft and no good. It's a 2-star firm. So there's 3 firm horses in this race. I can almost eliminate on my own hunch, and then there's Slaughter Shield. So that's 4 horses out of the 7 that don't have a chance. So it's 1, 4, 7 that are the live bullets. Now we have to figure out which one of the 3 is going to bring it home. So back in the USSR is a B that went to an S-. Give me a second. I hate yawning when I'm streaming. Jesus. It's so annoying. So back in the USSR is the other solid. Let's see. 12 starts, 6 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. So 9 for 12 lifetime. 4 starts at 11, 2 wins, a second, a third. 100%. 3 starts on soft, a win, and a third. Is he better in the mid than he is at the longer distance? Let's see. 9 furlongs, second, a win at 11. All right, a second at 11, a win at 7, a win at 11, a win at 12, 8. Not so this horse just wins up and down the ladder. That's the crazy part. It's a good horse. Looks familiar. Oh, did anybody watch the races on Wednesday? I snuck one in there for everyone to get a piece of. I don't know if anyone cashed it or not. But yeah, I can win up and down the ladder too. I'm just not as spread out. Yeah, I hope everyone. I don't know if everyone got in there, but I hope someone got a piece of the 8-1. Your man's did. I know I did. But I had a win at 9, and I didn't pull a soft track on the other start at 9. But your man's new. And there's Milk Titan was in there too. I knew Milk Titan was going to take some of the money, but I knew Milk Titan didn't have a chance because it was right going left. Titanic Blob, same difference. But all I needed was the soft track. I had the wins at 9 furlongs already, which gave me more than enough confidence to run there. All I needed was the soft track. Came up soft. I ran it back 8 furlongs and came up yielding and ran like complete dog shit. So if I don't get a soft track with this horse, soft or sloppy, we're donezo. Like yielding going long is no problem, but in the shorter ones, like I need soft here. 10 furlongs, this horse hasn't missed the board yet, which is kind of insane, but I can't ever nail down a 7 furlong race. Is he racing tonight? He is racing tonight. The race closes in 48 minutes. All right, so we can't wager on it, but if we could. But yeah, I'm taking him back there. I'm hoping that this 60% leans soft. If it leans yielding, I'm cooked. Then I have no reason going in this race. But I'm gambling on the fact that if 0% can go fucking yielding and 40% can go soft, then 60% can go soft. And if it can't, then I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't belong in playing this game. Hey, what's going on? But yeah, I like that. I like the up and down the ladder from back in the USSR. So really, it could be the 7. Jeez, this race is tough. I mean, it's not tough. It's a 3-horse race, but of the 3 horses, it's definitely tough. Back in the USSR is good, quite good. Laredo's fine. I think I put Laredo at the bottom. Like I said, I put Laredo at the bottom of those three. And then Soul Dancer got smoked by back in the USSR 3 times and beat it once. So this is the problem now. It's 2.5 stars soft. Laredo's 333. That's good for them. USSR is 332. You see 11 furlong splits. How do you mean? Like, does it matter? I mean, I pay attention to it. So, like, for me, week 1 of the season. So now we're in week 3. Or no, this is the last week of the season. So next week we'll get the first time starters. The first week of the season, I pay more attention to the breeding than I do anything else, just because they're all first time starters. The only way to tell if any of them are going to be good is to check and see if the mothers did anything. That's how I do it, and we've had a pretty good success rate at doing it. But the breeding matters to me, it matters more when there's a couple of races under the belt. Like right now, you can tell what they are. Like, this horse is what it is. Just because its mother produced 3 foals that ran like dog shit, and back in the USSR is running good. Well, we know USSR is running good. We don't have to go back to the progeny and see if that matters. But on a level playing ground, when everyone's a first-time starter, I'll go back and I'll look at the progeny of the mother. So, like, yeah, we'll look here. It's like, I don't know if you've ever, you've gone to a horse sale or you have, trainer friends or whatever, but like when you go to a horse sale, you don't look at the father. You look at the mother to see if the mother produced winners. And if they didn't produce winners, then you're taking a coin flip. But you have more of an educated guess if the mother or the dam has produced actual running winners. So if we look, she has 1 full, 2 for 48, not good. Runs next week. Josephine Dirt went 0 for 4, but retired right away to start breeding. 1 for 20. This one, yeah, so like this one was whatever. So if this is a first time starter race, I definitely wouldn't put any consideration into SSR. But because we're this far into it and we already have a track record, I don't ever go back and look at this. I'll go back and check if like I noticed the name or something, because there's a handful of horses out there that I bred that are now breeding other horses. But yeah, I don't pay attention to the bloodline when we're already, 6 to 10 races under the belt. So now, this is tough. I want to see the splits. I want to see the last race. All right, so this last race out is where it ran third. And it was a 5-horse field, so technically, okay, now I got to look into this again, too. So this is a 4-horse field. That makes sense. 5-horse field, sure. He should win those. Ran back in the 5-horse field. Lost to Soul Dancer, lost to Laredo. Yeah, Mo, I think I'm there with you. 1 was my original lean. But the fact that back in the USSR can run up the ladder, I think that's good. It did beat Soul Dancer a handful, like not a handful, but again, 3-4 times is a handful in my opinion. So there's that. Is this you, Azul? Yeah, it's rough. I mean, look, it's not a bad horse. Like, it's pretty solid. I mean, I don't have any B pluses, but we watch B pluses every Monday. Well, we used to. Like, I don't think you're completely dead. Let's put it that way. I think you can beat the 3-star firm shitty 2 horse. I think you can beat that horse for sure. Buffy Summers, I think you can beat that horse. It's also a 2.5-star firm. Peaches and Nuts, I feel like you can beat that horse. So now you have 3 other horses to worry about. your distance is fine. Your track condition is fine. The only thing is just punching above the belt is tough sometimes. Like you're running. You could be the best B plus, and the best B plus can enter these A minus restricted races and beat the shittiest A minuses. But it's tough. I mean, let me see this horse actually. This one kind of looks kind of fresh. Mary Slaughter. You bought this one. All right. 7K. I don't advocate, and it's sold for 7K again. So you picked it up on the 24th. 4th, 3rd, 5th, 3rd. Handicap. Yeah, you're running it worse. You're running it right. Like you're not being a knucklehead like some people will just take it and run it above their head. But handicaps seem fine. This 5 furlongs we can easily just throw out. I feel like that was a little test to see what happens. But 3rd, 4th, cash, or got some back. Yeah, I mean, throw this race aside. There's a world. I'm not making any promises. There's a world that you could finish 3rd in this race. There's a world. Or a universe, we'll say. There's definitely a universe where this horse could finish 3rd. But yeah, that is what did you think it was supposed to be? Like what confused you about it? That's what it seems like, just a little bit of confusion. But what was it that confused you? Fuck, what do I got here? Stuttering syndrome? And maybe we can help it out a little bit. Or attempt to. All right, back in the USSR on the 1. There are the problem is the population of B horses isn't, no one's breeding down. So like everyone's taking there are some people that are breeding B with B to get like a B plus, or they just get another B. But most of the people that have B or B minus or B plus mares, they just go right up to like S minus, or they try to jump up a level grade. So they try and take their B plus to an A plus as fast as possible. But there are people out there that are slow breeding, taking their time, not going above. Like they're taking their B and going to a B, and when they get a B plus, they go to an A, and they go, the slow way. Pick pool, I thought you got that back. The pick pool and the prize pool are 2 separate ones, if that was potentially what confused you. Yeah, I like the 1-2, Mo. I really do. It's shortened up, which clearly it can't shorten up. It shortened up and it got smoked by USSR. Okay, I accept that. 12 furlongs. It also got smoked by Laredo and SSR on sloppy. I didn't want a shitty maiden race. I don't know. Like, put it this way: if we had a place in show pool for this race, I would agree with you. But the fact that we only have win only, I have to lean towards the disagreement. If I'm picking for win only, then I think I'm gonna go somewhere else. That horse came from 2 A minuses, should run good against B's in theory. Let me see what you're talking about here. I didn't notice that. Good eye, Crockett. What was the reason? There's no inbreeding. So let's see. A minus, A minus, A minus, B plus, A, B, A minus. All right. So it had 2 B starts. And then the B plus, A minus probably rolled down. So start, stamina, heart probably rolled down to B plus again. and it was just enough. But I mean, this explains why it's a winner. Santana was popping off, yeah, long time, a few weeks at least, or unless you were here last week, I don't remember. Sometimes it just mushed together. All right, let me close this shit again. It was good while it lasted. Yeah, so there's a world that just rolled down because of the start, stamina, and heart. But yeah, other than that, it's pretty good. I imagine speed rolled up. Finish, maybe you got A+ out of that, and then temper, maybe you got A. Like, I feel like it has to have an A+ stat in here and some B stats, but we won't know for a while. But yeah, Slaughter Shield is not a terrible horse. I think if you keep it in the same mind frame you had it, find the B+ stakes if there are any. Definitely hammer the handicaps. I would. All right, so yeah, these races I guess you have as well. This is B-, B, and B+. So you're carrying weight here no matter what. Gramps Stables. All right, Gramps is in here tearing them up. Let's go. That's the other. This is who I confuse you with. I'm Granddaddy. There's a potential. He might be here later. I don't know. Damn, you going to school? That's good for you. Good for you and school. I think I'm going to stick with the 1, though. I like the 1 soft numbers better. Yeah, I'm having I thought my 2-year-old sucked. I punted so much Derby away running my filly. I ran her 13 times and she's like negative 24K and I'm so stupid for it. And then my other 2-year-old is just also ass. I think you can buy. I don't know if you can race. That's the issue. I'll have to I don't think you can race. Like, I can confirm, or we can confirm in Discord. Yeah, I think I'm leaning the 1. Honestly, someone in chat should know as well. But yeah, I mean, where's that link at again? I guess we can go back and click that link and try again. But yeah, I'm gonna stick with the 1 in this race. I think. No, I don't know. Like, that number. So like, I've said it for a while. I've said it for weeks now. I'm telling you, maiden races are inflated on the fleet figure. If you take this 64 out of here, this horse is just whatever. 58 is the high that it ran. 58, again, soft. 58's fine. Yeah, I think I'm gonna still stick with the 1. I don't like that 64. I really don't. Only because I know the recipe of inflation, and that the maiden numbers are turned up. Satoshi, what's going on? Gulf Coast, what's going on? Yeah, so yeah, I think that's gonna be my lean this race. I did like it originally. I think it's better than the 4. 4 does like second-itis. I think it may catch a 3rd here, even a 4th potentially. I hope so. I hope it works out and Slaughterhouse gets 3rd and gets the entry back. But I still think we can beat this horse. Yeah, I'm rolling the 1. It's win pool only. We're not going crazy on it. I think we can get. I think I'm all right with the 1. Let me update the banner. I'm glad everyone in chat is helping people out. That's nice. You love to see it. You really do. Race 2, win only, number 1. get that back up. Thanks for the follow, Granddad. Appreciate it. I'm thankful I haven't had to use a VPN for much. I'm sure I would mess it up somehow. All right. So I'm pretty sure the 7 should close as the favorite in this race. No, never mind. My 500 brought it back up. But it's definitely between the 1 and the 7. Mark my words, and someone can go back and cut this afterwards. I think it's the 1 and the 7, but mark my words, the 4 somehow wins this race. Just leave it at that. That's what usually happens here. We do all the work, and then we just shoot out the recipe for success. All right, let's check the Velvet Classic before it closes. We'll see if we can find something spicy in here to get. We've been doing pretty good on these races. The race before the first card. All right, 4 furlongs, right dirt, soft. Perfect. This is actually perfect. So if we catch one soft horse in this race, we might just hammer the bankroll. Vortex Storm, 0 for 5. Yep, we'll pass on this. I'm done investing Derby in horses that show no potential of winning. It's a grade 1. This horse is already getting mollywopped in grade 1s. It hasn't run 4 furlongs yet. It has run on soft. It put up a 70 where it ran 9th in 11 horse field, so not even good. But the 70 is a big number. It does have a second in a big field going on yielding, but yielding is not soft. It's almost soft. And the race it does have on soft, it's not impressive. I'm going to pass on Vortex Storm. Lord Swift, 6 starts at 4, a win, 3 seconds, and a third. 2 starts on soft is a firm horse, and a win and a third with a 79 high, so that's actually pretty good. Lolly Spirit's in this race. Lolly Spirit, good horse. Let me see where that's soft. Sloppy has a second on Sloppy. 2 starts back, put up a 78. That's very good. Sloppy has a win, 75. Soft, a win, 79. Soft, third. So the 2 doesn't matter. It's not phased by track conditions. It is a 1.5, so it should be able to swing either way, but normally the soft on a 1.5 firm is like, it's not crazy detrimental, but it hurts a little, but it doesn't seem to hurt here. So we'll keep the 2 in mind, and we'll see still see if we can't catch a good soft horse in this race. We drop down to the 3, Lolly Spirit. Lolly Spirit, good horse, is good. Outer Spirit of Ecstasy, very good. 4 starts at 4 furlongs, 2 wins and a third with a high 82. It's good, averaging 76 per start. 2 starts on soft, though, with a show. That's less impressive. While it has a start on soft and sloppy, 10th and 5th, 70-70. Third here. That wasn't a maiden, though. Yeah, I'll pass on 3. Shine Silently, 2 for 13 lifetime. I don't like it. Its wins came in benchmark allowances and benchmark restricted. It hasn't been running against the competition that the 1, the 3, and the 2 have been running against. Well, the 1 has been running against big competition, but it's not pulling its weight. So the 2 and the 3 are the 2 that have been running against bigger competition in the graded stakes. I'm so glad that this says grade 1 on here now. God damn, we're evolving. I love it. So the 2 and the 3 I still think are better than the 4. Let's move on to the 5. We haven't caught a soft horse yet. All right, the 5's 0 for 14. You're not gonna do it. You're not gonna do it. I don't care if it's Ted racing or not. You're not gonna catch me doing it. I'm gonna pass on the 5. I don't think it has a snowball's chance in hell. With that said, everyone should go and sprinkle the 5, because anytime I say that, the snowball's chance in hell actually comes through. But I do not think it's possible. Its numbers on soft aren't too great. Its finishes on soft don't look that stellar. While it has been running against tough competition, it hasn't been doing jack all with the races it's been running. So I pass on the 5. We get to the 6, 38 special. 38 special, 2 wins and 3 shows and 12 starts. 1 start at 4 furlongs with a show and a high of 74. Let's actually see what it is. All right, it came in an S stakes, so S horses only. Ran 3rd. It was on a fast track. It has 3 starts on soft. Here's the win. Also came in an S stakes. Going 5 furlongs. Ran back on soft. Ran 4th in the S stakes. So that's cool and all, but again, no extreme competition. Has 1 start in a graded race here, 7th. 1 start in a graded race here, 13th. 1 start in a graded race here, it ran 3rd. With the condition in its favor, fast. So I think I'm okay passing on 38 special as well. Back to back now. Now here we got a little something. Back to back's coming off a decent career this season. Won the Fibs Odyssey, won a major 2 weeks ago. Put up a great number. Put up an 81. Is a stone cold certified sprinter. The only problem is the win equity is lacking, and the races on soft are lacking as well. But this is a soft race full of firm horses, so we just have to find the best horse running on soft conditions, and the standout still is the 2. Lolly Spirit does have a show. Is a horse for the course on distance, but the soft is kind of it's kind of like, let's turn away and not pay attention, but it does have some results there. Shine silently, just passing over altogether. So it's still the 2 for me. Kadisha gone, get out of here. 38 special, I'm off. So it really comes down to the 2 or the 7. Coincidentally enough, they're both the S pluses. Back to back is the most impressive out of the 2, but hasn't done jack shit since that big win. Fibs Odyssey here came off 5th, 4th, 5th. Has a 2nd, 6th, 2nd. So 2 seconds. 1 race on sloppy, ran a 70 and ran 6th. Yeah, don't buy anything until you figure out your VPN stuff. But also, if you haven't made an account, consider using my referral code DOUGH, D-O-U-G-H, when you go to sign up and make your account. Again, that's DOUGH, D-O-U-G-H. Thank you. I fucking hate that I do that, but I'm going to take advantage of it and just do it. I'm not going to tweet about it. I do have it in my Twitter profile. I should update my Twitch profile too and stop being lazy. But, whenever I got new players in here, I'll say it. I'm not a big fan of that's fine. Lacey is a good one to use as well. I don't hate on that. If you would use someone I don't like, then I would have got mad. But yeah, Lacey's good people, so yeah, that's a good one to go to. But also don't ever do that again. But good thing. Good on you for using it. This is tough, man. Like, it really sucks because back to back is a very good horse. Good thing I hope F Dog isn't here. They're literally both the same horse at this distance. 6 starts, a win, 3 seconds, and a third. 8 starts, a win, 4 seconds, and a third. Got smoked by Ladors or by back-to-back last time out. Grade 2 on fast. Time before, I'm going with the 2. Yeah, the 2 should be the favorite. I think it's the 2 or the 7, but I'm leaning the 2 as well here. How big of a favorite? 3-1, 3.5 to 1 with 10 minutes left till the window closes. I think that's all right. Or do we go the opposite way now that the odds are so low? Just because. Give me one last second. I'm gonna nail this son of a bitch race. I'm gonna nail this race. I don't know how yet, but I'm gonna nail this race. All right, 4-5. Jeez, 4-5 only. 4-5 only. And my favorite part is I love losing twice. So as soon as I do that, second, third. It doesn't hurt to familiarize yourself with them, I guess. I feel like you could watch the races to see, like, if you have a horse that just stops stone cold after like 5 or 6 furlongs, and maybe you sprint. But like the fleet figures do a pretty good job of telling you whether or not your horse is on the right track or not, distance wise. But I don't think it's like a negative. Is this actual 4 furlongs? It is 4 furlongs. Jesus. Oh, yeah, that's valid. Yeah, that's valid. For me, myself, though, if this was win, play, show, I wouldn't mind. But because it's just win only, I don't want to take the potential risk of just getting nugged twice for no reason. Other than I was a little bit greedy. Damn it. There's no one else. Yeah, there's really no other horse in here. It's just those 2 horses. I guess Vortex. Yeah, Vortex Storms, whatever. I think he bought this horse for breeding. Viper. What the shit? Oh, Ace King Ziggy. Not Astro. Scoob doob. Yeah. And then he went to the mid and long. Yeah, I don't know. I think he might have just bought it for breeding, honestly. I don't think this horse is gonna be. I'm pretty sure this horse retires next week. If I had to put 100 Derby on it. For breeding, I mean, it's an S+. It's gonna make S. I mean, if he has the cocktails and the recipes, he's gonna make S+s from here on out, and potentially even hit SS-. So it makes sense for his stable and what he's doing, Tombstone, what he's doing in his stable breeding wise. That it seems like a perfectly fine buy. Because put it this way, there's only 2 SS-. If he retires this next week and the following season she pops out an SS-, and there's no other SS- until then, that's 3. There's only one SS minus colt in the stud barn, and the other SS minus I think is a filly. So either way, like it's kind of worth the risk, but also I'm pretty sure that he's going to do something. He's going to do something with that horse. He's not here tonight. I hope he stops by because we can ask him. But I'm pretty sure he bought it strictly for breeding, nothing to do with racing at all. If I had to be the one to guess, oh my god, come on. All right. Can I do this? Vortex Storm. I mean, there's bad S pluses, there's bad S's, there's bad S minus, there's great S minus, there's great S's. It's just there are some horses that outkick their coverage and they can beat horses up a couple ladders. And then there are horses that are up a couple ladders that couldn't beat horses that are 3 levels before down from them. So it's that's the one thing I like about it. There's a lot of variance in this game. Breeding variance is like the best. I think it's great. I love how it is. The fact that you can pop out, you put 2 A pluses together and actually keep an A plus, or put 2 S's together and keep an S, or it downgrades to an S minus and potentially becomes a good racer, or you got very unlucky with that breed and it's just a shit breed. Variance. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Why am I so like stuck on this race? I'm going with the 2. Fuck it, I'm taking chalk. I don't care. I'm taking chalk. All right, race 3. You have 13 minutes till race 1 closes. I got 30 minutes to get the rest of these races done until Mr. B comes up. So let me power through these real quick. Short field, so we should be good. All right, 6 furlongs, right turf, good. These are older horses. All right, the 1, run. 3 wins, 2 seconds, and a third at 16 tries at 6 furlongs. So not terrible. 18 starts on good. 4 wins, a second, 2 thirds. Is a 5-year-old. Numbers seem to be declining a little bit. Nothing crazy, but also just hasn't been there the last handful of races. So we might steer clear. I think the 5 might be on its way out. I think it already peaked. We jumped to the 2, Mr. Steamy. Again, 4-year-old, no disrespect, dog water. No wins at 6 furlongs. Bunch of seconds and thirds. That's cool. 1 win at good. I'll pass over the 2, Mr. Steamy. Just not anything like that I should be worried about. The last 2 races did come in handicaps where he's carrying extra weight. Time before that, A minus stakes, run second. Time before that, handicap as well, carrying weight. So when it's not carrying weight, he's doing just fine. But he can't win at 6 furlongs. There's just no equity there, no finish. So I'll pass on the 2. We drop down to Kujira. 2 starts at 6 with a second. 2, 4, 6 pick up sticks at the good conditions. Another balloon arch. This is a 3-year-old filly. All right, so this one stayed on the track. That's kind of interesting. So the age could be a factor. Its numbers aren't terrible. It's actually pretty good considering. Benchmark got mollywopped. A minuses shouldn't be in benchmarks above 50 or 55 or whatever. 63, you're going to run into a buzzsaw. 6 furlongs last time before that. A second, lost to Connecticut, who's also in this race. Does have a loss to Mr. Steamy. So Kujira could be one that we keep an eye on. Again, I'm not paying attention to Mr. Steamy outside of there's no equity in wins. On the good track and on 6 furlongs. We could put a little invisible mark next to Kujira. Let me open the window again until we get shut out by the stall or the saw. We pop down to the 4, Connecticut. All right, 7 starts at 6 furlongs with 3 wins. 7 starts on good, a win, a second, and third. Coming out of a handicap, coming out of A- stakes. Won a handicap before that. So coming off 3 wins on fast tracks. Got smothered in an A- stakes, and then got smothered in a handicap. Connecticut good. Connecticut either win or go home. So that's the issue. Win or go home. And right now it's on the other side of the win. It's 4 go homes and 3 wins. So literally 50-50 whether or not it shows up. The good finishes aren't terrible. Obviously, this horse does much, much better on a fast track, where its 3 wins come from so far. Fast. So 4 of its 5 wins come on a fast track, and 1 of them comes on a good track. So if this was fast, I think I would like Connecticut a lot more. As it stands, I still think I lean favoring the 3. Zito Nation. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. 6 furlongs, 12 starts, 4 wins, 3 seconds, and a third. So 8 for 12 at the distance, 2 wins and 8 tries on good track. I'd love to see that. The win came last time out in a 4-horse field, so a short field. Won the benchmark 63. Good for you. Carrying the actual minimum weight. So you carried a ½ pound more. I wonder what that race looked like. I have to see it now. All right, so it was all A's and A-. So not even bad like that. And Kujira was in that race too. So actually takes me off Kujira a little bit more. It was carrying 2 pounds. Or it was carrying 1 pound. It was carrying ½ pound more, but it shouldn't have mattered. It got stomped. But I guess it's just not stronger. There's only 2 A- in the race, and both of those A- are in the current race. And this A- won that race. Okay. I'll keep another invisible check next to the 5. Donna Natuna. 4 starts at 6, a win in a second, 50-50. A B+ with an S-, and it went up 1 grade. Donatella, okay, I remember that one from being on the track. 11 starts on a good track, 2-2-1, so almost 50-50. Last race coming out of an A- stakes, ran 4th, 4 furlongs. 6 furlongs, ran second handicap to Connecticut. Okay. I don't know if the 6 could be in contention as well. I don't know how much more I like it. The one thing I will say is this. It's done a lot of racing in handicaps, and carrying 116 flat is not good. So if we take 11 starts off of this, that's 16. 16, 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. I'm going to pass on Dada Natunia. Move to 7 Masala. Another 5-year-old. 10 starts at 6 with a win. 2 seconds, 2 thirds. So 50-50, no win equity. Nothing crazy. 3, 6, 8 for 15 on a good track. So that's good. The age might be the difference. So the 6 to 3-year-old isn't completely shut out of this race. Could be live. Zito Nation, the 5 is live as a 4. Connecticut could be live, but again, it's win or go home. There's no in between. So that's like a straight degen gamble. Like we're just, I mean, what we're doing right now is degen, but if we're banking on win or no win, then that's a straight degen move. Kujira the 3. And run is the old man in the race. And his numbers are very, very, very worse than everyone else. His numbers are worse than Mr. Steamy, who can't even win at this distance. Whose numbers are worse than Kujira, who has 2 starts at the distance. Have I ever seen a 2-year-old go to shit ASAP after turning 3? I've had a 2-year-old that was shit that turned into something at 3. I've never had the opposite. I've always had bad 2-year-olds matured better as a 3. Where's that 7? Where's that 7 furlong race at? Is it on here? 5th, 3rd. Handicap stakes. Maybe I'm not on the 3. Maybe I am on. Connecticut might pop off. Connecticut might be the coin flip here. Connecticut could be the coin flip, but I don't know if I want to bank on that coin flip. I think I'm going to take a shot on the 5. Yeah, Connecticut's chalky chalk. All right, people put something in the show pool, so try and take their milkshake. Yeah, I'm going to go with the 5 here. I'm not going to go crazy. I think it's a fine. Get that out of here. We got a minute 37 for this. Let me update the banner. We'll move on to the next race and try and fly through it. Velvet Classic, yeah, we had that one pulled up ready. Let's get race. Race 1 closes in 3 minutes, so make sure everyone got caught up on that. We're gonna jump to race 4. We're gonna watch the Velvet Classic, and then we're gonna try and power through the next 25 minutes. All right, so we ended up with 2.6. That's fine. We take those. Let's do a quick scroll through here. All right, so 5-year-old, the 1 out of La Jolla. Horse for the course, it seems. 13 for 15 on yielding. The only thing that's going to be going against it is its age, but it's coming off 3 solid wins in a row. 74, 66, 69, all at distance. So the 1 probably moves to the top of the ticket right now. Clemmy, it's fine. I think we got a full pool here, so maybe a place and show sprinkle. 2 seconds and 3 tries. Let's go. I'm running the restroom while this runs. Lolly Spirit, free money. We got smacked in that race. And it's crazy because the S Plus finished second, or the S Plus finished second after I said no chance. Ugh, that's all right. For some reason, that outcome was a lot worse than I thought it was. GVG just can't be beat. Every time we pop on the GVG, yeah, back to back ran bad there too. So the two horses that should have been there weren't there. Be like that sometimes. I mean, Lollies, sometimes you just can't make it make sense. That's the issue. They're all fast horses. That's fine. Soft and sloppy, bad. So obviously, you know, it's going to win. Whatever, it'd be like that. We'll take a small L. Fuck you, Velvet Classic. You have a little bit over 4.5 to 1 back. That's kind of nice for whoever had it. But all right, yeah, let's get back to this race. The 2 Clemmy we'll pass on. Do we have a full? We have a win place pool only. I would say if we had a full complement, I would say the 2's probably not terrible for like a show sprinkle, but we don't get the show pool in this race. Cassian, 5-year-old. The 1's also a 5-year-old. 17 tries at 11, 3-3-4. So 13 for 17 on the course. That's nice. 16 on yielding, 4 wins in 3 seconds. Let's see. Hasn't been running against anyone. Insane Bolt we'll get to. Ultra Pilot we'll get to. Ultra Pilot is the 1 coming off these big wins. Moving to yielding is the issue, though. On fast and good, it's no problem. Yielding, there's a nice third. Yielding a nice third. Yielding a second. Yielding a second. So second-itis. So if we find a better yielding horse, I wouldn't mind not hedging, but you see what I'm talking about, Mo? Hedging. That's a lose twice. That sucks. That sucks so hard. I hate losing twice. It's literally my favorite thing to do, is lose twice. If we can find a horse with a better yielding record, then we might go there. Because the 1 has second-itis in yielding. The 3 just wins on yielding, but also finishes second when it's not there. But the other 9 tries, I can't tell you what happened. But coming off respectful finishes, Ganja Grazer, the 4, no results on yielding. It's a 3-star soft, which is kind of wild. 14 tries at 11, 3, 4, and 1, so 8 for 14. High 72. When's the last time it ran a 70? Back here. Ran 71 in an A stakes. Before that, nowhere. The closest was a 68. 67. I guess Ganja Grazer could be a consideration. Two picks that didn't. Listen, we can both agree that losing is losing. We'll agree there. We both lost, but you lost twice and I lost once. But losing is losing no matter how you paint the picture. That's why it's easier to just accept and go on to the next race. And that's what we're going to do. Fuck it, we lost. We suck. Ganja Grazer doesn't have it on the yielding for me. Stank Jank, on the other hand, potentially could. 8 wins, 2 seconds, and 3/3 at 11 furlongs. 2 A+ made an A. Solid runner, it looks like. 32, 38 for 73, so that's 50-50 lifetime. 17 starts on yielding, 4 wins, 2 seconds with a high of 70. Hasn't touched 70 at all. Hasn't touched 70 since sometime in March. 68 is the highest. Also a 5-year-old. We haven't found a younger horse that can do it. So all these horses have done it. But how long ago? That's the problem. And everything we looked at so far, everything's a 5-year-old. There's a 3-year-old in Clemmy. So maybe the age has a factor in it. But the only one that is old that has been doing it is the one coming off 3 wins. So Ganja Grazer out. Stank Jank, we consider it, but I'm going to put it out. Nathan Stern, another old horse, again, a 6-year-old. I can't consider it. It's a 6-year-old. It's definitely fell off. 9, 11 for 19 on yielding. 10 for 17 at 11 furlongs. Has it, but like lost it a little bit. 70 here. 12 furlongs in a stake benchmark. Pass on the 6. I want a young horse that's doing it now. Now, Insane Bolt is doing it now. But is Insane Bolt doing better than the 1? Lizzie Dwyer, knew that horse. Had its peak way back. Came off 5 in a row. Insane Bolt could be live. Midtown East. Okay, now this is the example I want. A young horse that's doing it now. But this horse is getting stopped by Ultra Pilot and Ganja Grazer. The 2 old men of the group. It is a firm horse on yielding. So it's kind of closer. 4 starts on yielding, 2 wins in a second. 7 for 10 at 11 furlongs. Midtown East could be in play. Again, it did come off 3 mollywhoppings to Ultra Pilot. We'll keep the 8 in mind. Scroll down to the last entry, Nile Queen. Nile Queen, just not the one. So it's the 8, 7, and then the old men, I guess, can be considered, but I like the 8 one. I like the 2. Can Ultra Pilot win this race as a 5-year-old? I think so. I think I like the 1 more. And again, it's coming off 3 in a row already, so it's winning now. And Midtown East is just getting stomped by them. So this is where it happens. This is where it happens. I'm gonna go with the 1. I was gonna say Insane Bolt should be taking most of the dollars. Race 1's about to start. Let me update the banner. Race 1's pulled. We'll move on to race 5 right after that. You got 5 minutes till race 2 pool closes. Did we want to check that one at all? I think we did. We want to come back and look at something. Let me see. They're still going back and forth between a 1 and a 7. Something tells me someone's going to dump on one of them here before the window closes. That's how it normally works. Race 1. Let me hit the refresh. Better be able to watch these damn races today, I'm telling you. Dude, come on. Like, why?
Sweet mother of God! What is the whole stuff?
Let me see if I can download it again. We'll do this song and dance that we do every time. Nope, not letting me download either. Give me the fucking race, please. Literally, the only thing that tilts me off on Mondays and Tuesdays is when we can't watch the actual flipping race. Good luck. There's no reloading it. It doesn't. I don't know. Again, it's probably just me. Just like they like to blame it on just me, even though it's never just me. That's all right. We'll watch it one way or another. All right, we're on 7 furlongs. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is race 1. Who are we on? The 4. The Babe. About 15 minutes. So we have about 15 minutes, and then by the time this race gets done, about 7. So I got to plow through the next 2 races. By the time Mr. B comes on, I want to have at least the last race done. Z, what's going on? Long time as well, Z. Okay, top of the stretch. The 4 just blows by and doesn't look back. That would be extremely swell. Pulling away, no competition, no final kick. Fuck you. Let me get the wire. Mm-hmm. Let's go. We get it back, chat. We get it back.
Give me a hell yeah.
12 was nice, though. But we'll take that. We get right back in the win pool. All right. Let me get this bozo-ass race off of here. Shout out to the Babe. Shout out to Philosophy. Shout out to the website not working for me and working for everyone else. Official results in a minute. With that said, let's get on to race number... What race are we on? 5? 4? 5. Oh, we have so much work to do. Picks close in a minute, so we have 11 minutes until we get back to that. All right, let me see if I can plow through these next races. This race should be easy because it's a short field. Race 6 is a full field, so it's going to be a little tougher. Right turf. I tried to enter this race, and I thought it was a fucking non-juvenile race. So here we have a first-time starter. So here's where we can go and look. But we're going to look at that one. We're going to start from the bottom to the top. Russian Wig. Russian Wig has no win equity, which leads me to believe that the finish on this horse is terrible. But it is 8 for 10 on the podium. 5 furlongs is where it has its sole win. It has a second, and on Sloppy, the win, a second and third. So this horse is not terrible, Russian Wig. It just can't find the winner's circle. So we'll keep the 5 in our thoughts and prayers. Move on to the 4. 4 is win or go home. Perfect. Not the kind of win or go home that I want. I think... All right, so Russian Wig lost to Vanish World before. A-Max 5 furlongs soft. So that was the one time it ran off the board. Interesting. I wonder why. I wonder what happened that it did that in that particular race. There isn't a spike. I mean, there can't be a spook factor, but it could also just be temper. Or maybe not. Vanish World. Yeah, win or go home. I don't like win or go homes. I don't like that coin flip. Unless this field is extremely weak, but we'll find out. Again, no win equity here. Hasn't sprinted past or below 5 or 6. I guess that's a lie. It has a 4 furlongs here, but non-winner's a 1. So it's skipping conditions to run. 56 to 60, 54, 58, 53, 57. So ran bad here in a short field. Ran second the race before that on a sloppy track going 6 furlongs. The 3 could be considered, but likely not. Maybe more of a mid, honestly. It does have a second at 4. Too inconsistent for me to want to consider it, though. That's the thing. Let's see. Just hasn't run at 5 yet, but has results up the ladder. So it could be there. 3 could be there. This is a win pool only, so we got to find out what we're doing here. Aquatic Nebula. Okay, so it's on. Ran at 10, ran a 42 or 44. Ran at 11, ran a 42. Ran at 9, ran a 49. It sprinted last start out and put up a 61. So it is a sprinter. Can it beat this field? And then we have tokenized Dot Horse, which hasn't run yet, and it has bastardized conditions. So it tells me it's not going to be. Yeah, they took an LTS with an RDF. Let me see Lord Murphy, if there's anything relevant here. It has 3 horses. This is the first one to hit the track. Okay. Wasn't much of a racer. Has a result at 4 furlongs, so sprint potentially could be there. Do we take? I don't know if I can take a chance on the first time starter in this race. I am just hammering the 5. And by hammer, let me see what we got back here. We were across the board. We probably don't get anything back for place because between us and the 12, we shared the win and the favorite and co-favorite show pool. So we really only get win pool back, which is fine. Our 6 gets us 21, 3. So our 3 got us 122. Our 1 got us 73. And then our 6 got us 15. So that's fine. We take it plus. With that said, yeah, I'm just going to go on the 5. Yeah, Russian wait. I should wait a little bit, but I'm not going to remember coming back to this in time, especially when I get to talking. Also, if y'all have any questions for Mr. B when he gets up here, please do not be afraid to ask them. It's been many, many months since I had him up here last. Whew. I think it's been like season. We can go back and check on my YouTube in the last time I had him up. We used to like every time I did a stream, I had him up here. But it's been a while. Obviously, he takes many vacations. He's a man of many vacations. We know that. Well, I know that. All right, this is where I want to be. I got another 7 minutes until I can get this one off. Let's see where we're at here. 5 minutes until race 2. Let's get the Juvie. All right, this is a full field. So we get full complement across the board here. Win, place, and show pool. Let's try and do a little bit better here. Also, chat, was anyone else on the 4 in race 1 with me? Just me by myself? I can't imagine just me by myself. Let's get on to this here. 7 furlongs, left dirt good. The 1, first fly. 1 for 14. Not too inspiring for my likings. Did get a win the last time out, so it went over 13 and picked up a win. That doesn't mean it's gonna give me the confidence. So I'm gonna pass on the 1, first fly. Get to the 2, morning supremacy. Jesus, these are some bad 2-year-olds. 2 for 12. Sprinting no good, sprinting no good, sprinting no good, sprinting no good. 8 furlongs no good. Before that, sprinting good, sprint. So this horse just like hit a fucking cliff and jumped off head first. Yay. I felt like the 1 was the last race, the Babe. I feel like that was one to get it back. That one almost got, I think we were close. We're close. We need another one to get back to even today. Well, we're not going to count earlier races, only on stream races. So we punted that, the free one, the non-madness race, which we knew was going to happen. We called that one out, but we didn't get punted on too hard. And then race 1, we got it back and it covered our losses from that. So we're probably up a little bit right now. Yeah, I'm going to pass on morning supremacy as well. Shimmering Shambles, you know, a Mike Sowers trained horse out of Tombstone. Came out of 2 back-to-back benchmark races where it got Molly and whopped. So, with that said, at 7 furlongs, it has 5 stars, 3 wins, and a second. So, very good. And a high of 75. On a good track, 6 tries with a win. It is a 1-star firm, so it should be good on good and yielding. Yielding, it has a win and a second. It has a second on soft. Sloppy has a win. Shimmering Shambles is live. Horse, no, I'm not going to say horse for the course because 1 for 6 on good is not what I expect when I say horse for the course. But distance specialist will say that, yes. Distance specialist for the 3. Put DS right there. And we'll put a little micro circle. Shantaram? Count it. Shantaram, count it. Yeah, let's go. 3 starts at 7 furlongs, a win in 2 seconds. All right. Distance is matched. It's right where it needs to be. On a good track, though, it has 2 very bad races. Let's see. Good track, 8. Good track, 6th. It is a 2-star soft, so good is a little bit below where it needs to be. So I'll probably fade the 4 as well here. Goldmine, 1 for 13 lifetime. I couldn't fade this horse any faster if I tried. Usher. 1 for 1 at 7 furlongs, 1 start on good, no good. A 2.5-star soft, so that's probably the issue as well. Let's check. On yielding, it has no problems. On fast, it ran bad. Doesn't have a good on here, so it's been where it needs to be. But yeah, I'm not gonna put too much in Usher. If we had a soft track here, I would consider a little bit more. We dropped down to the 7 Juicy Memes, another one out of GBG Genetics. 1 start at 7, no good. 3 starts on a good track, nothing. So, what's that mean? 5 furlongs, 5th. 8 furlongs, 7th. 11 furlongs, nothing. 4 furlongs, win with an 82. That's in a maiden. That's a very inflated maiden number. Let's keep that in mind. Ran back, S plus max. Okay. Ran 2nd. 6 furlongs, ran 5th. So this horse might be a 4-5er. Anything over that might just be too much. Yeah, it's extreme. There are horses that are extremes and they only win and run good at 4 and 12 furlongs. And then you have everything else in between where you have the 4-5ers, the 10-11s, 12 is nothing. Like they're really weird patterns. But with that said, I think 7 furlongs is a little too far for Juicy Memes. I really do. I'm going to pass on the 7 as well. Kamul. 5 starts at 7 furlongs, 2 wins. Good track 4 times, two places with a 71 and a 70. All right, so it's not the worst, but it's not the best. It is coming out of a bad race where it put up a 59 on a good track at 7 furlongs. Time before, yeah, these are some, pardon my French, bad fucking horses. Red Storm, 1 for 12 lifetime. Can we get one standout? And then it's gonna be the chalk, but can we just get one horse that stands out and says, "Yo, just go to the window"? I don't think it's going to be the 9. The 9's been sprinting 4 and 5. Yeah, I'm going to pass on the 9 as well. We get down to the 10 Shiloh. All right. 2.5 stars soft. Good might be a little bit too much. 7 furlongs has 2 tries, a win with a 72 high. No tries on good yet. Soft win, sloppy 7th. Yielding, okay, you can win on yielding. That's fine. That's 1 step above good. Yielding 8th, yielding 10th. So yeah, I don't think yielding is where we want to be, and I don't think good is where we're going to be. But I can't fault the 10 sprinkle if someone likes it. It's just not going to come out of my pocketbook. Love Expansion, 11 starts, 2 wins and a third. 2 tries at 7 furlongs with a show. 1 try on good. It is a half-star firm, so the track prep conditions shouldn't really be that much of a letdown. It's more so of, is 7 furlongs too far for this horse? And 7 furlongs might be too far for this horse. Let's take a look real quick. I think it's 5 or bust. All right, it does have a show on on 7 furlongs, but its only wins came at 5. Lebanon's finest. Who is this? I gotta find out who this is. Someone find out who Lebanon's finest is. All right, race 2. Don't give out results. Let's go. I got it. Please just load. Just kidding. I'll download it again. No spoilers, chat. Mr. B, give me a second. I'll be right there, bud. I see you back there. All right. I mean, losing 1200 Derby altogether is nice, but losing it twice, that stinks. But losing 6 twice is fine. Who are we on here? We're on the 1 who stumbled head first coming out of the gate, so you love to see that. But the positive is it's 11 furlongs, so we have time to catch back up. I think that's one thing that we need to pay attention to in breeding as well, is if you're breeding for sprinters, I think you want to have a very good start. If you have a horse that's all speed and no start and you stumble coming out of the gate, you're not catching back up again, which is kind of cheeks, but I've noticed that the last few months. Now starting to become relevant again. Well, it's always been relevant to me, but I'm trying to focus on having start as a solid grade when I go to look at breeding. Buffy's. Who's the other horse we consider in here? Oh, the 7, USSR. They both took the even amount of money. They're both the same odds. So the coin flip was real in that case. Not halfway through yet. Half and 52. 52 is slow. That means they ran 26-26, which is fine for the long distance. All right, at the back stretch. I wonder if the 2 is just going to fall down and take a nap, or if it's just going to stay competitive. All right, USSR backs off a little bit. We're still live. We're still live. 1's making a move. 7's coming back a little. If we can hit the top of the stretch, not with a clear lead, but with a sizable lead, which I guess would be a clear lead. I think I like where we're at here, or else we're going to be disappointed, and the 3's going to come back and get us. Fuck. Should have kept my mouth shut. Come back on the inside. Fuck you, USSR. The 4 is going to get us 2. We're going to finish 3rd. I hope everyone listened to me and went back with Laredo, because come on, 1 back on the inside? No? Yes? I like Laredo the worst out of these horses. I put it 3rd to the 1 and the 7. I went back, I gave you all the sauce, and I said you might as well just put your win ticket on that horse. If you didn't, you didn't. Fuck. I always get smacked around. We're so good, and then we get smacked around. All right, so we got smacked in that one. That's all right. 3rd is not a win, but it'd be like that. Yeah. Did you do it? Did you listen? Did you profit off my dumbass? That's how you do it. You always just got to fade what I say. I do all the homework for y'all, and then I'll go back and I'll give my real answer in the form of the horse that I like the least. That's normally the one you have to go with. But yeah, both the favorites ran 2nd and 3rd. At least, you know, bridesmaid again, never the bride. Let me get to race 6. Where was I at here? And then I'm going to get Mr. B up here and we'll get this going. I'm sorry for making you wait, Mr. B. I apologize. You're way too important for that. This race was dog shit. Like top to bottom. Top to bottom. Shimmering Shambles. Maybe we go with a little Mike Sauer special today. It's not going to be anything crazy. Maybe Ted's bad horse finishes. Maybe Camul. I don't like this race enough. I think all these horses are bad, but I'm just going to go very, very light on the 3. And then we're going to get Mr. B up here and talk about good horses and not bad horses. I don't like this race at all. Honestly, I should just pass on this race, but degenerates don't pass. Degenerates play. All right, get this one in. We'll update the banner. Let me get Mr. B up here. Mr. B, you ready? You ain't doing anything illegal back there, are you? Hello, friend.
Hey.
Long time.
Well, yeah, I was kind of kicked off this thing, you know?
That's not true. That's not true. To be fair, I don't think I've had anybody on since, like, as I was saying before you were on the background, the first like 2 or 3 seasons, every week I pretty much had Mr. B, Stens, JJ up, and then once everything went live and breeding, you know, the foals started popping out and first crop was out, that was pretty much it. There was no time for any of it. And then I was trying to get settled in with figuring out my timing with this stuff, when to start, when to stop. And now I'm pretty much at where I can have people on at this time and have all the races covered and still be able to shoot the shit for a little bit. So
cool.
First and foremost, congratulations on the back-to-back majors. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's been a while, you know. It's like I give people shit for not being a racing stable, and meanwhile, you know, Commission's won a major, and I'm sitting there, didn't have any. So it was nice to get him back to back like that. Though I got a question for you.
I might have an answer.
Consider I know the purse is there. Do you consider the Gallop and the Sprint like a major? Do you consider them kind of? I mean, the money's the same, but which would you rather win? Or does it make a difference to you?
I mean, major's a major, right? But you won you won the main event and the co-main event, right?
Well, I guess there's 3 of them, right? There's the Sprint, the Gallop, and the 10 furlongs. I kind of look at it like, you know, you're in boxing, right? There's the various classes, but then there's a heavyweight champion, right? So I kind of want to win the big race, right? You want to win the Kentucky Derby this Saturday. It's nice to win the Sprint. It's nice to win the Gallop, but you want to win the Derby.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my feeling. I would have been very happy to have won just the Gallop, but if you said to me, ignoring the money, would I rather win maybe the Sprint and the Gallop or just the Artemis? I probably would have chosen the Artemis. But that could just be, you know.
I mean, Artemis was the true major, correct?
Yeah, well, it was the initial one, but it's also traditionally, you know, you're a horse racing fan too, right? So there are sprints, but by and large, the biggest championship races are at classic distances, 10 furlongs on the turf, you know, oftentimes 12 furlongs. There are major races that are, you know, there's a mile. There are races that are not, you know, a mile and a quarter, a mile and a half. But generally, the classic races are at a distance. That's just a kind of real life horse racing bias that I have, and I don't know if you have it.
The way I look at it is, we have 3 divisions essentially: 4 to 6, 7 to 9, 10 to 12. I guess we could assume that the longer distances would be like the championship, you know, the championship distances, but I feel like there has to be a champion in each one of those, just like every weight division has to have a champion, right? So like, you're a champion 2 out of 3, now you just got to win the other one. Shouldn't be that hard, right? You have the recipe.
Yeah, well, your recipe is, you know, get lucky. I got very lucky with the Gallop, where I think it was 40%, and then it flipped to soft. So, you know, sometimes the weather gods are in your favor. I know people like to complain about them, but in that instance, definitely worked to my favor.
You trying to get me worked up? Is that what you're trying to do here? The weather gods are assholes, and they are real. All right. 0% to yielding is bullshit. 40% to soft is bullshit. All right, and there's visual evidence of this.
I don't have a problem with it once in a while. Statistically, it's consistent that, you know, X% of the time, 40% goes soft. And, you know, if it's 10% of the time, yield, you know, 100% goes yielding or 0% goes yielding, then I don't really have a problem with that, assuming it's truly random and we can kind of say, okay, if we know the percentage is this, right? If we know the percentage is 0%, we know 10% of the time it's going to go yielding. We know, you know, 60% of the time it's going to be fast and 30% of the time it's going to be good. And I'm totally cool with that. By the way, I'm just making those percentages up. But the point is, as long as it's consistent and there's a random element to it, yeah, well, one out of 10 times, a 0% is going to come up yielding. And so I have issues with the weather, but that's not one of them. Assuming it's consistent, you're going to have some randomness to it. And so I don't see what the big problem is. Now, obviously, the real problem, I guess, is people look at it 0% and go, well, that means there's no chance, right? And that's not what it means in our game, right? Or in, you know, in the game. So that can be confusing, right? 100% rain means there's a 100% chance it's going to rain, but it doesn't actually mean that. So that's the confusing part. But as long as we kind of know the percentages, okay, if it says 100%, this percent of the time it's going to be sloppy, this percent of the time it's going to be soft, and this percent of the time it's going to be yielding. Yeah. So that's just one other element, a random element to it, and I am actually totally cool with that.
I guess we can chalk it up to variance. Yeah, maybe.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it's true variance, then it's fine. If it turns,
I feel like it's fine, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like I get tilted so hard because I have like it's hyper frustrating when you put your 3-star firm in a 0% and it goes yielding, and now instead of being one of the favorites in that race because you nailed your condition, you go to being one of the back end horses because your 3-star firm can't run on a yielding track. But I guess that's, you know, we'll put it this way. In IRL, it happens all the time. You have to enter 4 days out before your race. So you enter Tuesday for Saturday. It could rain Saturday morning and be sunny all week before that. Oh, well, tough titties. Like, that's just what it is. Now you got to deal with it. So I guess when I have a voice of reason, we'll call you the voice of reason today. When I have a voice of reason, I can understand where you're coming from on the other side. But when I sit here on stream and I argue with myself, it's very, very easy to be in the favor of weather is a rug. Why is this happening to me? But, you know,
well,
you get other.
By the way,
it's fine.
I was listening to J.G. Webb interview the great Soulmates the other day, and he does something which, well, he has so many horses, I guess I can understand it. He says he actually, with his mediocre horses, the ones that he doesn't think are really good enough to win on preference, he'll deliberately enter them in like he might enter a weak soft horse in a 40% race, hoping it flips soft. Because that will happen X% of the time, and then he's got then he's pretty live.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I don't do that, but I can understand that, and that's actually good because now all of a sudden, if it doesn't flip, you've got, you know, horses who have no shot in it, right? So that's good for the horses that are running on preference.
Yeah, I've done that with my soft horses, and I guess 60% is like literally the coin flip. Either you can flip soft or you can flip good. Or you just flip right in the middle and you just on yielding where it should be. But I've taken my soft horses and hope for that same flip. Like, all right, let's put them in the 60 and hope that it actually goes up to soft. Or maybe we just stay at yielding and we're still like semi-live. Or we catch a good race against a bunch of super firm horses and we have a little bit of an edge, but it's I don't have personally don't have a large enough sample size like you do. I've run 6 to 8 horses a season, so in what I see, my small sample size, I get a little bit of the weather is a rug.
Yeah,
if I had a larger sample size, I would be on the side of all right, this is just one of the things. But like I said, the voice of reason makes me wonder, like, you know what, it's not that bad because if we're sticking to the as real as it gets, or format, then it could rain the morning of your race. It could torrential downpour Saturday morning for the Kentucky Derby, and guess what? Horses that weren't favored are now favored because they get track conditions into their favor. So I think chalking the weather up to variance as well is fine, but I'm fine with that. I just have to hear it from another person to not be so bullheaded on my side of the ledge when I'm screaming off into the distance to nobody. But yeah, I can see that. I don't mind it now. See, voice of reason. Good guy, Mr. B. You might try and ruin the game one breed at a time, but you're still here to give reason.
On occasion.
Channeling the inner GVG seems to be working right now.
It's funny because it is true. I lost that. I listened to GVG's on Sauer's stream.
Yeah.
And he's always about the positivity and like doing it. And there were, and I kind of lost the first. I had my the 2-year-old ran in the 5 furlong juvenile race that Saturday, and I was the favorite, Angel in Her Eyes.
Yeah.
And she finished up the track, and I was like, oh my God, this is gonna be one of those days. I can't believe it. I got the 3 favorites, and the first one, shits the bed. And then I was like, no, I'm going to channel my inner GVG, and I'm only going to think positive thoughts. Now, it probably didn't make a difference. I don't control that, but it's actually good for your mindset to not necessarily dwell in the negativity. So that's something that I often, it's hard to believe that I have flaws, but that's one of them, is that I can sometimes be too negative. So it's always good to kind of listen to GVG and kind of take some lessons from that and be like, okay, yeah, it's definitely like, why am I going to bitch about this? And why am I going to bitch about that? Sometimes it's good to get it off your chest. So I get that. But by and large, you know what? It's a great game. I'll just take what they give me. And yeah, I would do things differently. And some things I find super frustrating, but ultimately, I'll figure out how to beat whatever they're doing, right? It's a puzzle. So if I don't like benchmarks, that you and I are kind of in the claimer camp, but you know what? The last week or two, I'm starting to put some time and energy thinking about benchmarks and figuring out how I can get a little edge in racing in those. And they're more time consuming to enter, so I don't really love them still, but I'm kind of learning stuff. And it's like, okay, that's the game that they have. It's not what I would do, but you know what? I'm going to start focusing and figuring out where I can get, little edges entering in benchmark races. So
yeah, I have my pros on benchmark races. I'm anti benchmark range races, the ones that are 50 to 54, because the way that they're structured it's just a micro handicap. So unless you're running at the bottom of that at 60, where you're carrying minimal weight, 0 weight actually, I don't like entering those. I just don't like. I'm on the field. I always have been. I always will be. I do not want to enter a race with a disadvantage right off the bat. And if I have to carry weight right off the bat, I'm already at a disadvantage. And I don't like doing that. It was the same way I thought it through. It was my same process in real life. My dad always told me, whenever you run, if you run a young, in real life it matters more, but when you run your younger horse, like your 3-year-old against older horses, you have an advantage because you're younger, but you want even more of an advantage. So my dad would always tell me, get an apprentice, get a bug boy, they called them the bug boys. Apprentices, sure. They carry less weight, 10, 7, 5. So if you're
triple bug boy.
Yeah, the triple bug gets the biggest discount, 10 pounds off of everyone else in the field. And if you have a horse that can remotely run even good, that's a huge advantage against the older horses. Yeah. It's just a huge thing. And that's just me. And I preach it every week. I don't like putting S minuses in the handicaps because you're carrying fucking 10 pounds. I don't like going in the range handicaps where you're at the top of the range and you're carrying max weight. I just don't like doing that. I do like benchmarks. I do like benchmarks like the ones that cap it at 60, but I'll only run in those if I'm a 60 or a 59. If I'm 58, I'm looking somewhere else.
Well,
That's just because I assume that the 50 or the 58, 59 and 60s are just better than my 58.
They might be, but you have to see. I was doing that today. I can show you a race if you want, and you'll see. Like sometimes, it depends. I mean, obviously, you generally, like you said, you want a younger horse there. So I'd take a 3-year-old with a 58 benchmark over a 5-year-old with a 60 in a heartbeat in a race like that. So
that's just another layer to look for as well. Like we do it when we handicap these races. Like we'll get a minus restricted race. There'll be 8 horses. 6 of the 8 horses will be 5, 6 years old, and there'll be 2 horses that are 3 and 4 years old. I want to find the youngest horse that's running better, and I want to go with the youth over the age.
Sure.
Like, they were running there and they were running good. That's fine and all. But the younger horses that are running good now are what I look for.
Yeah, but that also applies to benchmarks, is what I'm saying, is that you can have a 3-year-old whose benchmarks are getting better. And because benchmarks are a lagging indicator, they adjust after the fact, right?
Yeah.
Your 3-year-old, his benchmarks in general should get better, whereas a 5-year-olds are going to get worse. So I would tell you that most of the time, a 3-year-old with a 58 will be better than a 5-year-old with a 60. Other things being equal, distance preference, etc. So now, obviously, if you get a 3-year-old with a 60 that hits the distance preference, that's pretty much the nuts in a benchmark race, because he's probably getting better. 4-year-olds are probably staying stable depending on where we are in the season. 5-year-olds are getting worse. So a 5-year-old with a 60 benchmark is probably not likely to be running a 60. He might be running a 58, whereas a 3-year-old with a 58 I might expect that to be closer to 60. So anyway, this is not like some key to unlocking the game. It's just little things you learn, and the game will change. So it's not necessarily clear that what I'm saying now will be the case next season or with changes that they make. But
adapt or die, you know.
Well, yes.
What comes out to adapt or die.
And I've even started to play around with these, exactly the races you were talking about, which I can't stand, like non-winners of 3 or non-winners of 2, 54 to 58, juvenile benchmark. And I'm like, you're going to make it fucking more complicated? Like, well,
my issue with
but
those
you can still win in those too now. And I don't think
my issue with those is, and I they didn't make an announcement of it, but last week, like, I entered one and it was bugged. There was 4 horses in the race that should not have been in that race because they were above the qualifications. They won the specific races that you weren't supposed to win. And I was told they were bugged, but I don't know if they were fixed.
That's a problem.
I definitely submitted a ticket for a refund because why the fuck should I run at an unfair advantage against horses that don't belong in this race? But I don't know if I ever got a response about it. But
what was this when you saying that shouldn't have been there? It was like a non-winners of 2,
it was a non-winners of 1. So in those races, you can win your maiden race because they don't acknowledge a maiden win. But there were horses in there with handicap wins, restricted stakes wins, allowance wins, claiming wins, like those don't qualify according to their qualification standards for the race.
Yeah.
So whether that's fixed or not, like now I'm hesitant to enter those races because of that reason. I don't want to enter that race. Again, I don't want to enter and be behind the 8 ball against horses that are like have more wins than I do. Like that's a disadvantage. Because they shouldn't be in this race.
Concern, certainly.
So
that's always been one of my issues with the benchmarks is you make changes, the more complicated you make the race, the easier it is to have a bug in it, right? You would think as great as they are at like game development, they would understand that principle. That's why, like a claimer, it's like, well, how are you going to fuck that up? It's like, okay, you can't. It's like the horse is in for this amount of money, and any horse can run in it. So it's just simple, And that's what I like about it. Benchmark just requires constant fine tuning, and I don't know that it would be my ideal use of resources for them to constantly tweak that. But once again, that's what they have. That's the game that's there. And I'm kind of, I'm not going to fight it. I'm just going to, I'm going to learn it. I'm going to figure out little edges where I can. And
what it is, it lies,
So, it is what it is. We'll just, like GVG said, don't like bitch about it. Whatever it is, you figure out the best way to take advantage of it within the rules. GVG was clear. He's like, he's okay with the gray area. He's okay with it, which almost surprised me. I wasn't even sure that GVG was okay with the gray area, but it seems like he is. You can go, as long as it's not clearly against the rules, he's okay with it. And I kind of like that. I like to push the line, see where it goes.
Yeah. Play within the confines of the rules. That's it. As long do it. Listen, play the game until the game changes. All right. If it's something that you can do, because again, like if these non-winners of ones aren't fixed, I'm not going to enter them until I know they're fixed. But I'm not going to fault anyone else for entering them with horses that shouldn't qualify, but are able to ride. I'm not gonna listen. That's a game. It's a game thing. I'm not gonna bash people for it. Like, this is what it is. What it is. And I forgot what it was, like a handful of months ago, that was like a topic of discussion that people were doing within. I guess it was race stacking. I don't know if it was race stacking or what, but there was something else a bunch of months ago that was at the topic of discussion. Like, we're just gonna keep doing this until it's either fixed or it's put in terms and services that you shouldn't be able to do this. But I'm playing within the lines of the rules until the rules are changed.
But I do agree with you, though. If you're going to have a condition of a race and it's broken, that's actually different, because that's actually unfair to the other people in those races, because you're told these are the conditions and they're not. So in a situation like that, I think it's actually incumbent on the team to rectify that as quickly as possible. I've never really used these racing forms, but these look actually pretty cool.
Again, shout out to Liberty Tree. Yeah, he's done a great job with these, and they just keep getting updated week after week after week. Now we have like time splits. So you can see the splits. There's it actually shows, like before, it didn't have it didn't show if it was 2-year-olds only. It didn't show if it was a grade 1 or a claiming or a benchmark. And now it has everything. It shows the condition. So it's just, now it's making handicapping for this a little bit more easier.
Yeah.
And a little bit more understandable. So definitely shout out.
I like it. To them. And as you know, we're real, old school IRL horse racing fans, and this is looking more and more like a racing form, which is great.
Yeah,
I'm used to the layout. I'm just used to this. So I see this and I'm like, wow, okay, this is a language I kind of speak.
Yeah, so it's very good. And it's honestly, it's beneficial for what the team's trying to do. If the team's trying to get IRL punters over on these races, then this is the best possible thing that they could do to make it easier. Someone in chat, I am Granddaddy, is an IRL handicapper, and when I pulled the form up, he's like, "Oh, this is just like IRL." But he does have a question. Best advice for newcomers for buying their first horse. Now you bought your stable years ago, and you found the pieces that you wanted. You kept those pieces. You moved things out. But in your opinion, what do you think the best way of going about that is?
Well, I guess I would say it depends on what your goal is. I
guess bankroll size as well too. Your starting bankroll, what you're looking to accomplish.
I always tell people, and most people don't listen to me on this one because they kind of just jump right in. I'd buy a claimer, play the game, see that you like it. You're buying a filly. You're going to wait. You buy a filly foal, which are usually the best value, maybe, and then you can build your stable around that for sure. But you buy the filly foal, you're still waiting 2 months before, if it's a
Agreed.
0-year-old, you're waiting 2 months before you can race it. If you bought a 0-year-old right now, you're waiting, 5 weeks at least. And then another month to start breeding. So, and then another,
It's a 5-month investment essentially.
right. So
assuming you retire at 3 years old and start breeding from there, it's about a 5-month investment.
So I would tell people, you know what? Play around in the claimers for a bit. You can get a horse or buy it, buy, like right now, you could probably buy a 1-year-old if you wanted, buy a 1-year-old colt, probably pretty cheap. Just next week, I'm sorry, in a week, and a couple of days, you start racing it. Or you can just go into the claimers right now and, get a juvie claimer if you want. Now you know what you're buying if you do that. And just play the game and see that you like it. If you like it, great. Then you start going and building your stable with fillies and going that way. But look, you can buy. I hate to give him advertise for him, but Stenz is like Stenz has like way too many horses. So when he puts stuff on the market, it's priced well. I mean, I think he sold an S filly that was sitting there for like 2 days for like 60K. That was a nice looking filly. I have way too many horses and I almost bought it. But I don't think I would tell someone who's like just starting the game. Once again, it depends on your bankroll. That was still $750 for that horse, right?
Yeah.
So, and once again, you're still going to wait till you can really do anything with it. So I would do the claimer, make sure the game's for you. And then your second strategy after you're like, okay, I really like this game is, okay, now you come up with what you want, how you want to construct your stable. How much money do you have? What do you picking an archetype? You're just looking for value. There's all sorts of questions, that you kind of have to answer before you can do it. So I do think I could tell you, like, if you said, okay, I wanted to build a stable, this is my budget. I'm looking to, raise champions over time, or I just want to have some horses. So without knowing, the answers to those questions, there's not a, it's not easy for me to tell you, here's what you should do. That's why I say, get in the game cheap, play the game, see that you like it, learn a little bit about racing, but really just see that you enjoy it. If you don't, I mean, I was doing this game like around the clock when it was for free. There was no money in it at all. In the fall of 22, in like the beta, I was racing like every second against Wolof to see who could win this fucking imaginary crown, not crown in terms of, the currency, but just like the title to who had the most earnings. It meant absolutely nothing. And I was just spending all this time doing because I actually love the racing. I love to watch the races. And that's when you can tell that this game is like for you. There's all sorts of layers of strategy in terms of breeding, in terms of racing. That's where you and I, we're real life horse racing fans. So we kind of get certain aspects of it that we really appreciate the game because, once again, as real as it gets, it's still a game. It's not real. And sometimes I get like you're watching the race earlier and you're like, well, this horse is coming and then he's fading and then he's coming again. That doesn't happen in real life. Very rarely do you see a horse, take the lead, drop back. But you have to kind of get past that. As a real life, like horse racing fan, it took me a while because I'd be like, that's not as real as it gets. The horses don't do that. And it's just like, you know what? It is what it is. The actual video looks incredible. Yeah. And you kind of have, we learn the pace of a race and we can kind of figure out what's going to happen during the race now. But it's different from what it would be like watching a real life horse race where you and I'd be like, okay, this horse is making a move. Oh, he's tired. He's totally done. Whereas in the race I was watching earlier that right before I came on, the horse dropped back, then he came and took the lead, then he dropped back again. And you were like, oh, he's going to finish in third. And then he came back again. That almost is never going to happen. But in this game, you kind of learn, and it's different patterns, and you just adapt and watch, and it's still fun. It's not perfect in the sense that it's exactly like how real horse racing is, but it's consistent within its own game, and it's definitely fun to watch and definitely fun to play. And I think that's the key. I know I don't even remember what the question was, but the key is find the game, see that you love the game, see that you like the game, then kind of take the plunge, rather than just saying, okay, I'm going to buy an S plus Philly and I'm going to be the best in this game right away. I mean, you could do that if you had fuck you money like GVG, but even GVG doesn't just randomly come in here. He came and he studied the game. He did the whole thing. He's not just like, oh, let me just go buy this. Okay. The point is, learn the game, see that you like the game. That's the key. Do you like the game? If you find out that you like the game, doing claimers is the easiest way to kind of say, you know what, I like this game, and then boom, then you figure out a strategy, what you want to do. So
yeah, I would give. I mean, I was playing this game no matter what. So asking me the best way is, I mean, I would just say the way I started in season 0 was I bought an A-, and I ran it for, what was it? What was the first season we got our first crop? Season 5 or season 6?
I don't even know. First crop?
Oh. Yeah. So we were allowed to retire in season 3.
Yeah.
Right, and breed.
I don't even know. They started they were 2 when they started, right? So was that?
All right. So
I can't remember what.
So season 0 there were 2. Season 1 there were 3s.
I don't know.
Regardless,
go back and look.
Regardless, the first 5 seasons, I ran one horse. In one it was a sprinting every day, one horse. I knew how the game worked because I played in betas, and I had that opportunity to do that. I played in all the betas, but like I was playing this game no matter what, just literally no matter what, just because of my background in horse racing. But when I tell people to come in, like when they come in, it's like, yeah, you can attack claimers, but right now it's not. I would say it's tougher right now to attack claimers than it was 4 or 5 seasons ago, because if you come in and you try and claim an A+ to running claimers, you might be behind the 8 ball, because all of the S- and S's are now down in 20 and 30K claimers. So it's tough. But now the way I advise people is find an A or an A-, because you can just avoid all that craziness in general and just run handicaps and the A restricteds and try and learn a little bit that way. And you can like glance at the claimers and stuff, but not everyone's bankroll can support a 20K claim or a 30K claim. But on the marketplace itself, there are a ton of just like cheap, let's start out with cheap starter horses, we'll call them. Even at the age, you can get a shitty age 0 full for $32. Is that what it is? Something like that?
I don't know. I was looking the other day. You can get S- for like 5.
Yeah, they're bad S- though. You can get a 2-star S- for $3,500. That's a bad fucking horse.
You can get a good S- for probably 10 or maybe right around there, right?
Yeah, likely. But again, like you're really, I don't want to promote people like you're not losing. Like some people, losing. You buy a horse for $3,500, that's just over $32 USD, and then maybe you put another 20 into it, running it the first couple races to see if it's good, and if it's not good, all right, you lost $50 trying to find a horse, but you learned from all that what to do from there, what not to do, what to look for, what to look for. But
yeah, I don't know. If I was trying to start the game and have some fun, I don't think I would buy like a crappy S-. I'd get at least like you said, get a decent horse for your subgrade. Otherwise, the game's not necessarily going to be fun when you're just losing and losing and losing. So you're basically buying a really crappy preference, low grade horse is like a farming horse almost. So why do that to start?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would not. I personally would not be buying. Again, it's 3,500 Derby's 3,500 Derby, but like this is just going to get mushed by higher pref horses in the races that it enters. And it might be an outlier where it's not as terrible as it looks on paper, but you can definitely get better S minuses for slightly more. Let me see.
Yeah.
We
Well,
looked
like
at-
I said, even
we
ignoring
looked at-
like the relative value of these, if you're starting the game out, you kind of want to have some fun. So do you really, how much fun are you going to have with a horse that just sucks?
This is true.
So I'd rather have a good A or A minus than a shitty S minus, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and we looked at it last week. Like someone came in last week and they're like, I'm looking to buy my first horse, but I don't want to spend a ton. And we looked at like the A's and A minuses and A pluses, and there's a lot of like almost max star, for all the star believers, like there was a lot of A colts that were like 7, 8 stars listed for 5, 6K. That weren't terrible. Like those horses can make that back in 2 races.
The only catch I would give with that is with those horses, you have to be patient. You don't have as many racing opportunities. If you're patient, in other words, you can't just run those every day and expect to win.
Perfect.
Because there's only a limited number of you're going to basically have to run, like you said, in handicaps and in A restricted races.
That's it.
So
that's all I do with this A horse. And if I miss, like he ran today, he ran yesterday, and then he ran before, and then he was off 3 days before I found a race that was even remotely close for him. But like I've skipped days in between, but that's fine because if you're picking the right races, then you're going to be profitable. And that's the thing. Buying an A to me automatically just like teaches you patience because you can't shotgun it into whatever races. Like you're not going to take your A colt and you're not going to run in a 30K claimer because you're going to lose. I'm not going to take this horse and run it in a 63 benchmark because I'm going to lose. It's just not like A's aren't meant to be in those benchmarks. Like this is what it looks like when you try and do a mid 60 benchmark or even a low 60 benchmark with an A. You just run into a wood chipper. There's 2 A's in this race and they both finished last and dead last. Like you can't just throw them into these races just because it's available. Like now I'm okay skipping. Like again, I'll wait 36 hours if I know that is the perfect race for me and I have a chance to win it. I'm okay with that. Like that's fine with me. Everyone has things and sometimes you just gotta jam. Like let's get them in. But I think they definitely preach patience with the lower grades.
Yep. By the way, like I said, there's different things. So it really depends. Even in this simple question, it really kind of depends what you want. You want action like every day, then you probably want to get an S minus, where you could run in the claimers, you could run in the benchmarks. You have a lot more options to run, but you're spending more money for that. So, and then once again, you buy a 0-year-old, it's a lot cheaper than buying a 2-year-old or a 1-year-old because you have to wait. So, once again, a lot of what we're saying is patience. If you preach patience and you have patience, then
discipline also.
Yeah, but it depends. Some people want to jump right in. I had a friend, a real life horse racing fan, and he, I'm like, just buy some claimers, do this. Meanwhile, he's like, I just bought an S minus fillet. I bought an S fillet. I bought another S minus fillet.
Yeah.
And then he's like, I blew my, I blew my load already. I don't have any more money to buy horses. And I'm
Patience
like, okay.
and discipline. Patience and discipline go hand in hand in this game.
Well, I mean, he's smart and he'll end up being fine. But it's just kind of funny because it's so easy to kind of get caught up and just be like, okay, I want to get this, I want to do this. And yes, the discipline to kind of being, okay, let me learn this, let me figure out what I want to do, and then kind of buy. It's not that easy, right? It's very simple to be like, oh my God, look at this shiny object here. Look at this beautiful horse. I want to buy
everyone
this.
loves new. Yeah.
So
that's the one part about this is the first 3 weeks of the season, everyone's, grinding away. And then when they get to the third week and they figure out, I just wasted 3 weeks running this shit horse. I can't wait to get a new one. That last week, so this week going into the end of the season, everyone's going to be looking to buy new toys to run. sans the stables like you where you have multiple hundreds of horses, and I don't have multiple hundreds, but now I have my own mares to breed. So like, I'm not really looking to buy horses. I might, one night we might sit here and I might win 12, 13K, and my finger will slip and I'll hit the purchase button by accident. I don't try to do it on purpose, but you're on a high horse, you got to keep rolling with it, So I've looked into that a couple times, but yeah, like,
I mean, I will say this, that prices, are very good this season. So, I mean, to the point where I think I even bought a couple of horses.
Yeah.
Ruiner of the game. And like I said, I almost bought that Sten's horse that was listed for 60K, but I was just like, well, I have too many horses. I can't buy this. Though if it hadn't sold and he lowered it to like 55, I probably would have bought it. I don't think I'd been able to hold out any longer.
Yeah, it's also tough too, because like, and this is one thing I noticed from my other stable, my joint stable that I have with my friend. It's like, we have almost 30 horses in that stable. We're breeding 5-6 mares a month. This shit's expensive. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I've been extremely unlucky the last 2 seasons in that stable. We've gone 1 for 4, 1 for 4 for fillies. Mm-hmm. Now, granted, having colts is great if you want to race, but like when you have 6 fillies or 6 mares to breed, I got to recoup something. I got to try and get breeding funds for next month, because I can't. It's just so much to manage as well. Like when you start to like branch out and have these, like, it's cool having all these things that you can do by yourself, but when there's no derby there to finish the projects, it's a little bit tougher. So again, I wanted to move off some horses a couple months ago, just to like dial in the stable a little bit, but it's been hard because not everyone's buying racing colts. But I got lucky yesterday and we sold an S colt, which will help for breeding next week. But yeah, it's a lot, man. Like it seems cool having all these. I mean, obviously we can look at your stable and we can look at all the other big stables that are breeding. How many mares are you breeding now a month? Are you up to 100 yet?
That's a good question. Probably. I don't even know. I'm gonna guess it's right around 100. I have to take a quick look. Let's see.
164. Well, that's retired. What? Hold on.
You look at. Let's see. You have to look at what. My stable retired.
Yeah, 132.
Let me look at retired mares. Let's see if I have a separate thing.
Yeah, 132.
132 mares. Okay.
Yeah.
So, that's not even counting the 2-year-olds. Then.
Yeah. So, and you've got them all the way down to B+ too. So you go from B+ all the way up the ladder to S+. Obviously, she's the boss is probably your. I guess. She's the boss, the backbone right now, because that was the major winner. That was the Artemis winner, and then did she also breed the sprint winner?
Well, she didn't win the sprint, but it was the favorite. So
she was in there as well. Yeah,
the really good 2-year-old and the really good 3-year-old were both She's the Boss, Sol Invictus pairings.
Yeah,
She's the Boss was great, and then I retired her, and. One thing it's a kind of weird thing is that, like, I think sometimes there's certain pairings aren't great, and you don't know because you have to wait a couple of seasons before they can race. So I bred She's the Boss with Churro 3 seasons in a row because she was an S+ and I was 99.22, 99.23. There were no other S+s I could hit at RTF, so I would have had to drop down and breed her with an S. A non-1 of 1, basically, or I shift over to RTS. And I've had some good breeds with Churro, but She's the Boss. They just disappointing. Let's put it that way. They weren't like total duds, but and I retired one, actually the Boss, and the stats are incredible. But he was a good racer, but he had one really good year, and that was it. And so, whereas it looks like She's the Boss and Sol Invictus is just like a really good. Now, once again, we're talking small sample size, so who knows? It could have just been bad luck and then good luck. But I think certain pairings just work better. Maybe the genes mesh better, and if you have like good pairings with a sire and a broodmare, then I'd run it back. The problem is you don't know if you have a good pairing until several seasons in.
Safe to say that it's definitely she's the boss doing all the work producing the racing, because Churros, in my book, is the #1 claiming stallion on the platform, and the 3 foals that she has from Churro, not claimers. So definitely it's coming from she's the boss. But then literally everything else, I mean, Boss Lady was a good racer, and then you retired. That's fine. Angel in Her Eyes is obvious. Are you keeping her on the track next season?
That's the one I have to decide on. That's going to be my toughest call.
I mean,
I kind of want to get an SS minus. So if I hit Ovation, that's got a shot at an SS minus. But she's a good racer, so I'm kind of leaning towards racing her one more season. But
I guess you can race that. You can race the first 5 days, and if she isn't holding her own against the older horses, then pull the plug before breeding, and then you're on your way. But it's hard to believe that horse isn't going to win races at 3-year-old.
No, she should be good. But did you see that other 2-year-old RTS one?
No.
Centaur or something like that?
Oh, yeah. 13 for 13. Yeah, we saw that one. I think last week or the week before, it was in one of our races, and that was free money. That was the freest money we could ever ask for.
I challenge. I want Rein It In. Is that who it is? Meet me on Yielding, or meet me on Good. That horse whipped my ass today on a soft track in a sprint. But come over to the good side and let's race there.
Yeah, this horse is.
I'll take Angel in Her Eyes. Let's break that streak. But if he sticks to RTS, 4 to 5 furlongs, that horse, maybe even 6 furlongs. That horse is, I guess, 4 to 6 furlongs is just, and it stays soft. Forget about it.
4 or 5 hasn't touched anything outside of 4 and 5.
Yeah. So I get it. When you have an undefeated horse, you kind of almost sometimes play a little more conservative because you want to keep that undefeated record. So, maybe one of these days that horse will get upset, and then he can kind of branch out a little bit more, take some more shots. Honestly, at 4 and 5 furlongs, I found that if your distance preference is 4 or 5, the track condition matters less than it does some of the other distances. So if you're a monster 4 or 5 furlong sprinter, maybe I should keep my mouth shut and that horse should just stay at RTS. But I don't see why that horse couldn't win at RTF. Now, my horse is really good at RTF, so that horse might end up getting beat there. But it's not like that horse is going to just be a crap at RTF. That horse is going to be good at 4 or 5 furlongs either way. So, and then maybe
the thing. You're like, all right, winning is great, but it hasn't won full field yet. So I just feel like it's not getting that challenge that it needs to get to see. Like 8 is the highest outside of this grade 1. I guess this is fine. You got a 10 piece, but I mean, how good were these horses in here?
No, it's been managed conservatively. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But I can't criticize someone who has a horse that's undefeated, And honestly, if I had an undefeated horse, as the number of wins goes up, you tend to be a little conservative. And then I think once that horse loses, maybe you kind of loosen it up and say, okay, let me see what he can do.
Obviously, you can't choose the fields you run against, but this is something that I do on this when we're handicapping. Is I go back, and if I see a big win with a number or a fleet figure that looks a little wonky, I'll go back and I look. But when you go back and look at the 10-horse field it ran against, 1 win, 1 win, 1 win, 1 win, 1 win, 1 win, 0 wins, 3 wins, 0 wins. This field was very, 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 very soft. So it should have won this race very easily. But the strength of schedule matters to me. And I feel like this horse. Listen, 12 in a row is great. You can't take that away from him. I can take away strength of schedule though. I would like to see this horse run in the full field, but like you said, they're managing it very well. 28th, 26th, 23rd, 21, 9th. They're cherry picking, which is fine. You know, it's obviously working. They're up 154K in earnings, so you know, do you?
Yeah, no, I you know, I wish I had that problem. It's a great horse.
It pisses me off because I keep getting shut out of Little Dynamite. I've missed him the last 2 seasons, and it's pissing me off.
Yeah, it's amazing
how
how
good runners.
It's amazing how like the what do they call it? Early pubes of Little Dynamite have kind of translated to his offspring as well, because you know they come out running. Let's just put it that way. And you know, the way the game works is, you know, maybe we don't even know, but most of the time, if a horse, you know, starts fading, you know, at the end of the 4-year-old year instead of at the end of the 5-year-old year, who cares? Like, you give me a horse that's going to dominate at 2 and 3, you know, I'll take that all the time, and I'll worry about 4 and 5 down the road. If you look at the stats on Little Dynamite, I mean, he's got good stats, but they don't like jump off the page. You run the breeding reports, you know, they're good, but they're not like, oh my God, look at this. But the fact that those horses just come out running is huge. And, you know, that's just a huge edge when you have a horse that has, like, you know, look at this 2-year-old. It's crazy how good this horse is.
Dancing Dynamite is another one that's pretty solid. Like,
which one? Oh, the Dynamite.
Yeah, it's no 12 for 12, but 4 wins and 13 starts to back it up with 3 seconds is pretty good. It's 50-50.
Which horse is this?
This is Dancing Dynamite.
Oh, Dancing Dynamite, okay. And is that a Little Dynamite as well, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Because
that's his progeny that we're looking at right now.
Commission His Wisdom decided to name his horse Dynamite, even though there was already a Little Dynamite. And then I think Ghost bought it, or Ghost claimed it or bought it, and then Ghost sold it. I don't know who else, maybe Blue Elder owns it now. So that's a Dynamite who's got similar pedigree, but it's not as good. It's a poor man's Little Dynamite, but it works if you want the 9923 RTS blood cheap. That's certainly a good option.
I think what switches on between Dynamite and Little Dynamite is speed is S- and temper is S. But yeah, I looked at this one in the stud barn and I said, nah, find something else. And then as Guy Stable says, Secret Place is where I ended up going twice.
Wow. Yeah, Secret Places, that's what is that? That's my 9920, is it? Geez, I can't even remember what it is. That's 20. Is that the one with Mundo?
No, this is Durban Poison. She's the one.
Oh, that's the RTF one. Okay.
Yeah.
I get my own horses confused. I have Secret Pact, which is the RTS one, and then Secret Places is the RTF one. Okay. So that's the Durban. She's the one. Okay. Yeah.
Mr. B is the owner operator of SecretariYat Stables.
Yeah. Well, I made the mistake when I first got into NFTs, Discord, Twitter.
I'm not even sharing the screen. My fault. I'm sorry, chat and Mr. B. Fuck.
I had I was Mr. B on Discord, so I just kind of was Mr. B, and then I kind of, even before PFL, I was into these things called Yats, which are these emoji things. And I created like a Yat Twitter account, and all the people that were doing Yats had little plays on the word Yat. And I was a huge real life horse racing fan. So I created my Twitter account, SecretariYat, after Secretariat, but with a Y in there. So it would be Yat. And now I've got this kind of horrible branding where I'm Mr. B in one place and I'm SecretariYat elsewhere. And I've got to I would fail marketing, but I wasn't really doing it in order to kind of market things. So it is what it is. But yeah, most people call me Mr. B.
Listen, you can rebrand. Crimson Racing rebranded. They dumped the Z Stable name, and now it's I believe it's All That Jazz.
Yeah, I saw
Not
that.
All That Jazz Racing or All That Jazz Stable, just All That Jazz. So it's no big deal.
Yeah, I could, but I'm not really. Marketing isn't my thing. I'm not looking to sell anything. If I'm talking about horses that you should buy them, I'm telling you to buy Stenz's. I'm not even mentioning anything I have, right? So
I'm gonna have to tax both you and Stenz for talking about selling horses on this stream without my permission. That's crazy.
Well, Stenz is giving me a cut if
game,
anything he sells here.
time.
So I get 10% of anything, buy Stenz horse, I get a rebate. So
with RVA Racing hooked it up. I talked about their stable and they said, you know what, come here, I got you. And he hooked me up with a couple of deals. So little backdoor deals for promoting isn't hurt. But
yeah, no.
But I mean, you guys, both your stables, even Sten's stable, it's obviously I don't think he wants to sell horses most of the time, but you can't manage multiple hundreds of horses. It's just so hard.
Yeah, he has to sell, and that's why when I mention him, you're gonna. I'm too cheap, and if I think prices are like absurdly low, I'm like, F it. I'll just own more horses this next season or two. And Stenz, for the most part, is like, look, I got to manage this, and he pretty much has to move that inventory. So if prices are down, he's going to price his stuff so that it's going to sell. Now, let's be clear. He's probably not going to sell you his best stuff.
No, you have to ask and come with an offer for that kind of stuff. He's just not.
But his mediocre stuff is pretty damn good.
It's competitive, yeah.
So, that's it. But, and you talk about the RVA, same thing. They sell their stuff. He sells his stuff too. And they're not going to gouge you, either one of them. Except you got to be careful with Stenz. If you buy his horse and he gives you a deal, don't try to flip it. You don't want the wrath of Stenz on you if you do that.
I heard Stenz calm down a little bit. He doesn't care so much anymore.
He doesn't care anymore?
He cares. Obviously, he cares.
I think if he prices it on the market, you do what you want. But if someone contacts him and says, "Hey,"
exactly, yeah, exactly. If it's on the market and you buy it and reprice it, I have no problem with that. But if you go to someone, oh, I only have this much, cut me a deal this, and then you turn around and you sell it for more, with respect, fuck you. All right. I'm all about going on the marketplace. Like I did it for the first couple seasons to build my bankroll up. I went and bought A+ foals that were listed for 5, 6, 7K. And I waited till the last week of the season when people were looking for new stuff, and I sold them for double, or I sold them for 2.5 times. Like, I'm okay with that. But knocking on someone's door, asking to borrow sugar when you don't have it, and then selling it to the other neighbor for profit, nah, dog. We can't be having that. But like, listen, to each their own. You're gonna do what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
Us sitting up here talking about it isn't gonna make them stop doing it. But
yeah,
know
the funny thing is,
when you do that to bigger stables. Do you think no one's gonna notice? Like they're gonna say, all right, listen, avoid selling to these people because this is what they did, and then you'll never get a deal from someone else again, and you'll be forced to go to the marketplace or go to someone else who isn't as knowledgeable in the game and won't understand what you're trying to do. I'm all about making a buck or two here and there, but when you're knocking on someone's door and asking for help because oh, I only have this, or oh, I can only afford this. You're trying to take advantage of someone's kindness, basically. They cut you because you need it, and then you turn around, you spit right in their face. So I don't like that.
I guess I'd look at it. It depends on how it comes down. If I have a horse listed for like 60K and they kind of negotiate with me, and then I'm like, okay, you're new, and I give them 55. And then they try to sell it for more. That probably wouldn't bother me too much.
No,
If I didn't have the horse listed at all, and they came to me and said, "Hey, I want this horse," and I'm like, "Well, I don't really want to sell it, but okay, you're a new stable," and I like sell it to them at a good price, and then they would try to flip it. Yeah, I'd probably be a little pissed off. But like you said, I wouldn't get that pissed off. I would just.
It's annoying. Like it's just annoying more than anything because you basically just like. You literally just took any credibility away from yourself as a future buyer. Like I will never sell to you again, and I will also tell my friends who are larger stables, to make a note of your name and to also never sell to you either. So like, there's always consequences with actions, no matter what, even if it's behind the scene. Like just because you think you got over on someone, you might have fucked yourself in the long run because of what you did.
So, I'm not that vindictive, so I don't think I'd get that upset. I would just be like, I'd probably write him off in my own book. Yeah. I don't know that I would.
Well, I mean, if you're in various Discord servers, like you're obviously gonna, wow, I just got some scumbag just got me, like, and then 20 other people will see it, and then they'll just make notes. All right, 20 stables just wrote you off that have like good stock and we're actively wanting to sell, but you get nothing now because of what you just did.
Fair enough.
I mean, that's just me. I'm cutthroat, man. You can't cross me because I won't let it happen. I will call you out about it. I will make sure that other people know that you are a shady business person, and that's just what it is. I've maybe that's, I don't know. It's just,
No, that's fair enough. And I think
grew up hustling young, so like I learned to avoid situations like that. Like I've had people come to me and I have horses listed for 7, and you're like, what's the what's the lowest you'll take? And I give them the number, and they're like, oh, well, what about 20K less than that? And I said, don't ask me something, and when I give you an answer, you try and cut it again. You ask me my number. This is my number. If you want it, yes. If not, okay, it'll stay listed. If you want to meet the bottom of my number, that's fine. We can work something out. But don't ask me what my bottom number is and then try to cut it in half again. Like now you're wasting my time. And I do not like having my time wasted. I will let you know that you are wasting my time, and I don't appreciate it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's tough because different people have different negotiating styles, right?
Listen,
some people.
I feel like I'm very easy to negotiate with. You have this, it's listed for this. Can you do this? No, I can't do that, but I can do this, but this is the lowest I'm willing to go. Kind of take it or leave it. That's I've always been a take it or leave it kind of person. I will extend an olive branch sometimes, like, give me your stable name and let me look in your stable and see if you actually need it. And then, I'll help you out. But like, if you're sitting there with 40 horses trying to haggle me down, nah, he ain't doing that. We ain't having all that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think once you have your reputation, people will kind of know that, and they're like, okay. But I think when you're starting out and people don't really know you that well, they don't know, like, okay, Doughboy's a straight shooter. I don't need to play games with him, right? Whereas you're dealing with someone else, they might like ask a ridiculous number, but be willing to cut it, way. When I usually list horses on the market, I am almost, if I have a horse that's not like priced well, that means I really don't want to sell the horse.
Yeah.
Right? When I have a horse that's priced, it's generally priced like the best for its archetype and like stats. Cause I'm like, okay, this is a deal. It's not a steal, right? So if the next comp is 100 and I price mine at 95, for a slightly better horse than the one that's at 100, and someone offers me 90, I'm like, okay, but I'm not going to go down much because my horses are kind of priced to sell to begin with. And I'm like, look, someone's going to buy it. I don't mind, selling to you for a couple of dollars less, but I expect it to sell because it's priced to sell. And, I'm not going to play games with that. If you're a new stable, or it's someone I've dealt with before and I have a good, rapport with, I'll cut him a break. And to do it quickly. It just, I like helping new stables kind of get started. For all the people I sold, up through like season 8, made out in spades buying my horses, right? Because I was pricing and the prices go up. Now the last couple of seasons, prices are going down, so it's not as simple as it was, right? Up through season 8, every horse you bought was worth more pretty much the next season.
Yeah. It's like, my good pal Zook, I think he bought 2 or 3 off you, and I'm sure that was fun dealing with him. I told you he was a handful to deal with. That's why I told you charge him double.
Yeah, it's funny. I sold him one. I think it didn't end up getting a great reveal. It was like Sweet Jenny or something like that. And then he was kind of like, I think he wrote me off. And it's like, well, how did I know what the fucking reveal was going to be?
I think he came back and bought 2 more off you.
No, he bought some, but I've given him a good deal. I know First of all, I love Zook. I know you like to complain about him, but
That's my man, though. That's my little brother. That's what family does. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Sweet Jenny. She popped off A and A plus speed, and he texted me, and he was like, "I can't believe I bought this horse. I can't believe this happened." I was like, "You're an idiot. It could be worse. It could be A and A." I was like, "A plus is closer to S minus than A is." So
it's actually
speed is
when you
easier.
it's
And-
actually not a horrible setup, because you have, if you want to have the 2 A pluses, you want them in that you don't, they're at least complementary in terms of the ones that are right. So that's a distance horse, right? Because you're A plus start and A plus speed. You don't want A plus start, and then like S speed and then A plus stamina. That's not a good mix. So at least Sweet Jenny has a good mix of stats, even though you don't love to see the 2 A pluses there. But whatever. Like I said, Zook is. I know you like to bitch at times, and I know it's partly but he's just so funny.
I should have him back now that tax season's over. I should have him back. But yeah, he can't bitch about this horse, because I told him, I was like, you literally sold every foal that you got from her.
Yeah.
You didn't keep a single one to race. And like this one, he sold for $50K, and she's already clear. Well, she's almost paid for. But like this is.
Yeah, what did he pay? What did he pay for her? 200 for
Sweet Jenny? I think it was one. I think you had her listed for one.
Probably right around 200. You could scroll all the way to the bottom and see.
I think it was 230. All right, you had one. There was another one that he ended up buying out of your stable. That was it. Fox. Hold on. There was another one. I know it was. It wasn't Hooters. Was it Hooters? No, it wasn't Hooters. Last
I wouldn't.
It was an A plus. I think he sold it already though.
Oh, okay.
He got a couple foals out of it and then sold it.
The point is, he made a hell of a lot more than 230.
Yeah, he's fine. He's ahead, but you got to understand, he literally is. I'm trying to think of the best word. He's scatterbrained. Let's just put it that way. And I tell him so many times, because 1 hour, or he's bipolar. Let's put it that way. He's a little bit of bipolar, because obviously 1 minute he'll think he's the greatest for making it by, and then next minute, this game sucks. I can't play it anymore. They ruined it for me. And then the next day, we're back again. We're back in it. And then he's a roller coaster of emotions, and he can't stay in one lane. He has to be in every single lane doing everything at once. And that's
I will say,
which is why I like him so much.
Ian did that thing where he wants to put together like a video or something, right? Of like the moments.
Oh, yeah.
And number one's got to be when you guys won the major.
I immediately tagged it. I said, yeah, this is it. Why not us? And I'm going to tell you right now, that was the luckiest. And I apologize to the poker player for having him on, because he was sandwiched between two idiots. And I go back, and every time I rewatch it, I just look at his face, and I'm like, yeah, he doesn't want to be there, but we forced him. I didn't want to kick him off. I didn't want to kick him off there, but the way me and Zook were acting, that's how we act on stream together. That's just it. But that was the perfect. I couldn't ask for a better script. I went live. I said, Zook, I'm going live. Do you want to come on? He came on 30 minutes before. We broke down the race, exactly how we think we can win, or I did, and he just sat there and talked. We got the right roll, and then it was just perfect. It really was just perfect.
And it also shows you, like, you probably won more money betting on a horse race, but when you actually own the horse, that's the thing that people don't. I mean, I'm less of a real life horse racing fan now than I used to be, because I own the horses, and that's the thing. Well, when where you're asking like what horse should you buy and whatever, and I'd say to Granddaddy, it's like, well, you can bet on horses and it's fun. I love doing that, but when you actually own the fucking horse, it's so much better.
Yeah, it's 100% just it's great, and obviously nod to you because you own the stallion Serenity now, so you can't say no to a $50 horse making $3,600 in one day. You really can't. Like that was so far, that's the highlight of our careers. We got a major win and we got it early, but we did it with the help of someone trying to destroy the game fast, which was great. Wow. I couldn't ask for a better stud to pair to JPJ, and we did it a couple times, and every outcome was different. Like We had a sprinter in there. We had a mid. We had a distance runners. But that was the first major winner from her.
Yeah. And here's, it's interesting about Serenity Now. I have to figure out what I'm going to do with the new breeding thing.
That was the next thing I was going to ask you. Now that we're on the topic of Serenity Now, is what are you going to do because of the breeding change?
Okay. Well, last season they sprung it at us at the last second, right? So I charged. I think I raised him to 8,000, and waited. I think I did my breeds internally at 8,000, like every 15 minutes, right? And then I lowered it to 4,000 and let people breed at 4,000.
Yeah.
And then actually I even posted in the Discord, and I think I sent, if anyone's listening and they didn't get in touch with me, if you bred with Serenity Now and paid the 8,000, I refunded you the $50 difference to 4,000 because I wanted to keep it at 4,000. I can't do that going forward because then if everyone knew I was going to give the money back, then there'd be no covers left for me. So I'm not going to do that, but I will end up, after I'm done with my breeds, I will lower them to 4,000. So if you want 100% to get a cover with Serenity Now, you probably have to pay the 8. But if you want to wait, when I lower them to 4, you can get your breeds then, after I'm done. So I'll probably pay more than everyone else. So I'll get my breeds at 8, and then I'll lower them to 4.
Which is valid. But yeah, to Viper's question, what was the change? And to Ig, haven't heard last week or last month before. I mean, you said it first, but it was 24 hours before.
No, it wasn't. It was
a couple days.
Well, it was after 11 o'clock at night, the night before breeding started. They created this cool down where you couldn't breed. You have to wait 15 minutes to breed with your own horse a second time. So what I used to do with Serenity Now is I would take him down, I'd list him, I'd kind of do my 15 breeds right away, and then I'd post like, hey, Serenity Now's up there, and there'd be a rush for the other 20 covers. But with a 15-minute cooldown for me and no cooldown for anyone else, if I left him at 4K, I'd have gotten one cover in, and he would have sold out to everyone else. So I couldn't do that. So if I charge a little more, I can do my own covers. I get a discount since I own the stud anyway. So it's still cheap for me to do it that way. If you want to pay the 8K, it's still $100. It's still a good deal. But if you want to wait, I'll once I'm done with my breeds, I'll end up lowering them, and people can hit them at the lower price. So, but if you want to make sure you get them, then you pay the higher price. That's kind of the way it's going to go. I haven't figured out the exact numbers, but that would be my guess is what I'm going to do.
Which is fair. I mean, obviously the cooldown was a pain in the ass because it was short notice. I mean, obviously I don't have, again, to me, it doesn't mean anything because I don't have the stable you have, but with larger stables trying to do their own in-house breeding, it basically forces your hand what Mr.b had to do. If he wants to get covers from his own horse, he has to put it up at a crazy price. But honestly, I think what you did with I'll refund, this season, I think that's fine. But honestly, and we talked about it since season 2 when you could retire, or season 1, real season 1. Serenity Now was in at 4K for 13 seasons before you even moved it up. And honestly, you could have had that horse in, you probably could have had it in for 12, 15K, and people still would have bred with it.
That's not really true, but I don't want to kind of ruin the narrative. So we'll just pretend that that's the case.
I mean, obviously you did it to destroy the game. I understand that, but besides that,
Serenity. Just so you know, Serenity Now. If you can even scroll down. There's Mr. Positivity. Look at that.
Yeah. See, he heard you. That's why his ear. It's like he had that little ring in his ear. He said, "Oh, someone's being nice today."
Now I got a question. What's funny is when the stream started with Sours, Sowers called it like a cyberpunk, instead of a CryptoPunk. And for a second, I thought GVG was going to lose his temper. He was like, just a quick correction. He's like, CryptoPunk. And then he kept his calm and he just continued. But I thought that was kind of funny. I for a second I could almost see GVG getting ready to lose his cool, but no, he's too in control. That wasn't going to happen. If you go all the way down, you have to go scroll way down to Serenity now.
All right,
but he was initially listed for like 20K. I think I had one cover, and believe it or not, it was one of his best ones. It was that something Eyes, I think, was his literally his first cover. You have to go way down because he's probably the most prolific sire in the game.
He sold out every season in 10 minutes.
Not the first season, he didn't, but
which was kind of weird, but I guess not. Angry Mom, and then she wants him over easy.
There it is, Angry Mom. So take a look at the progeny of Angry Mom. Progeny. Let's see what the progeny was.
My bad. I'm sitting here. I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at here? All right.
Snake Eyes was in. That was a killer horse. Yes. But that stable paid 20, and then I lowered it. That was the only cover I got at that price. Then at one point, I think I lowered it to like 12.5, and then I wasn't really getting any traction until I was like at 67.50 or thereabouts. And then Ghost started to play games with Zerath, and that kind of forced my hand. And I was like, you know what? I'm at 67.50 already. Fuck it. You want to play? You want to play games? I'm just gonna fucking floor it.
Oh damn! Snake Eyes has a C+ or a seahorse. I didn't see that. That's an inbred. If I ever saw it. Jockey. Baraghost has jockey. Jesus.
Oh, this was like a deliberate. This is a deliberate.
Yeah, this is that just. What are we doing here?
Well, I guess it was already an inbred.
The same mother on both sides. What the fuck? Angry Mom. Oh, science, man. People are trying to race to the bottom real quick. That's gonna be a killer seahorse.
It's Phantom Stable.
With the fucking head on backwards.
Who's Phantom Stable? You gotta ask him like what.
What are we doing here? Oh damn, those silks are real. No, it's not only inbred. That is an extreme. That is like West Virginia. No disrespect to West Virginia, but that is a West Virginia inbred. If I ever saw one.
Like
they have a ton of
in West Virginia. Grandpa's do it better. He lives in West Virginia.
Well, he's not here tonight, or else I would have comments with him. He's normally here every week, but
yeah, he's a good guy.
He has multiple C's in his horse. He has a C+ and a C.
What is he doing? I got to figure out what his game plan is here now. We got to ask him.
Yeah, I got to find who this is. I got to get him on here. All right, so it's inbred here with Phantom Blues on. He did it again. The same mother on both sides, or same grandmother.
I guess he's playing around.
I tell you this right now, Phantom's going to be the best C+ racer in the game. I'll tell you that. Hey, show some respect there, Ig. That's a nice, well-bred horse. You know.
I think Soulmates has one or two like that too.
40 chess. He's playing something. Or he's playing chess on something. Something's going on over there. I got to find out who Phantom is. That's actually kind of nice. I actually like that a lot.
Well, I respect the willing to kind of throw money away. After the first time, it's not that big of a deal, but that first time when you're taking you're just wasting a really good breed. That's I'm too cheap to do that.
Yeah, like these. I don't know. That's crazy.
Huh.
And put out an A+. What's this one? Did he go straight with this one? No, he went to Blood Moon. How nice of him to go to a non-quadruple inbred horse.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know. Maybe figuring out trying to see if there's any edge in that.
But then that one rolled down to an A+. S- rolled down.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta find out who this is. Someone go to Discord and find out who Phantom is for me, so that way I can talk to him. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like that strategy. Oh no, did I get shut out? Probably got shut out. All right, I gotta win. Whatever. We got shut out. That's fine. Where we at? The 7th race went. It's Derby qualifier for the last one. Give me a second, Mr. B. Let me get caught up. I think this is the last race.
Yeah, it's fine. It's getting close to my bedtime. You know me anyway.
Yeah, last race. That's fine. I'll probably be on for another 30 because I gotta take some chat questions at the end to cool it down. But yeah. So your stable is obviously juiced to the gills now. You have a gold mine, or you have a golden goose in the form of She's the Boss, who just lays golden eggs every month, which is beautiful. This is right turf. It's not left turf either, which is weren't you majority cemented in left turf, or were you split up?
No, I wasn't. I was, but not at the top. I don't have. I didn't have any top LTS fillies to start. So, as things turn out, if you want to actually move up, you need to have the top fillies. So I had the studs at LTS. So I had Serenity Now and Hello Newman, but most of my fillies I had one S- filly, and then an A+, and then a bunch of A and A-, and even some B+. So I ended up getting some decent racers out of them, but it wasn't until this season with was it Velvet Fist, maybe?
Oh, Velvet Fist is nice. We've made some Derby on that one on Mondays and Tuesdays.
That's the best, that's the best LTS horse I've had as a racer that wasn't a Gen 0. So it took a while because I honestly at LTS I realized I wasn't going to be able to compete with Eddie and Stens.
It's so tough.
I was just like, you know what? Those are the ones I kind of sold. I wish in retrospect I hadn't, because it's a great racing archetype because of there's so many races, and because of the soft and the firm, and you can pretty much, if it comes up firm, you're still live.
I think that's one. When newer players come in and ask, where do you start? I say you don't start in right dirt. You stay away from that. And you probably start in left turf because it's still uncharted territories unless you're at the tippy top. And if you're at the tippy top, good luck racing against Eddie's horses. But that's Pocono racing. If for those of you who don't know, Pocono racing obviously, I'll give you a hint on why. He has the top 5 earners all time, who happen to all be left turf. So. That's what you're racing against at the top if you want to. But left turf, when they minted, they didn't have a lot of fillies. So if you got in with a good filly, you were off to a good start. And that's kind of what happened with Zook and I. Is Joey Porter Jr., aka Zucchina. She's a very good. I mean, she was a good S-. She was 18.5 boost LTS S-. But for breeding purposes, like I said, I got to breed in beta, and I still hold some of those experiments that I did in beta over to the live, even though you can't completely use it all. I mean, I guess GVG and Sauer. Well, Sauer's talked about it a lot more. I think GVG didn't get to play in the betas. He came in right before live.
Right.
But you can still use some of that data. You just can't, in my opinion, you can't go all in on it. But breeding purposes, when I bred with her, she wasn't sure, she was a distance runner. She had S+ stamina, or S stamina. She had very good stamina, but Zook was yeah, she's gonna make the best distance runners, and I'm like, no, that's not how it works every time, because in beta I got distance runners, but majority of her foals ended up being sprinters. And I was going to the left turf, the obvious left turf stallions that are out there now. Some of the names changed, and I don't remember what they were. But Duppy Dupree is one that stayed the same. Perlino stayed the same. She bred to both of them in beta and in live. Straight Out of Sauna is the one I can't fucking remember. It's a Hans horse, but I don't know what he named it.
Which one are you talking about? Aqua Eclipse or?
Is that, I don't know if that's what it was in beta. It was Straight Out of Sauna.
Oh yeah, I don't know. He's got the 9923 though.
Yeah, I don't know. I do not know what it's named now. But all those breeds I did, and it was split. They could run up the ladder, they could sprint, they could run mid. And the variance was real back then, and the variance is real now, and I really like it. But having a mare in LT, it kind of gave you not a crazy advantage, but the fact that you could make your own every month instead of going out and buying was very nice. But if you had a competitive one, then you were in the game.
The real edge of having a mare in LTS is because there were so many similar LTS studs that the prices were low, right? So you could breed in that archetype with the best LTS studs for $50. And in the other archetypes, you couldn't necessarily do it as cheaply. So if you wanted to breed with Jupiter or Durban Poison at RTF, which were the two, most rare RTF studs, you were going to pay at least $20K to do a breed. Monkey had some of his, Indian Wells, a little cheaper, and then you could go to Big A or Flushing Meadows, which were the lower, tiered 9922, 9923s. But there were only like 5. I could be off by 1. I think there were 5 1-of-1s at RTF, and the top ones were priced above $20K. Whereas at LTS, you had like 10 or 15 9924s and 9925s that were all like super high in terms of rarity. So you didn't have any pricing power. So like Serenity Now is the rarest of the 9925s, but it was with like the 37th ranked filly. But there was also a 9925 with the 38th rank, which was Perlino. And then Stens had one with like 40, and then Duppy Dupree was 41. Zerath was like 53. And I can never remember Stens' name because he has them all planets, and I always pick the wrong fucking planet as to which one.
In beta, they were all baseball players. That's the other problem too. So
I'm going to guess it was Saturn is the one that's LTS, but I could be wrong. The 9925, that is.
Isn't Mars the LTS?
Well, Mars is Mars is LTS, but I think Mars is the 9923. But I could be wrong. Like I said, I get confused as to which planet is which 1-of-1. But the point is, you literally had 4 horses that were very similar in terms of rarity. So let's see which one it is. Yep, see Mars is a 9923, and try Saturn. See if Saturn's a 9925. Yeah, and what's the rarity of the filly?
41.
41? Yeah.
41.
So now Stens was pricing Saturn at like $20K, so he wasn't getting any covers the first few seasons. Perlino raced, if Perlino could still be racing, if Soulmates could still be racing Perlino, he would be. And then Duppy raced for a few more seasons. So initially, Serenity had retired. I think Zerath was the other one, and then Baragos. Those guys had that horse, and there were a couple of other ones. So there's just so many LTS. Now it turns out Serenity, had good stat distribution. Wolof had one too. Was it Ajax? I don't remember what number that one is. So Serenity Now had good stats, and actually it's turned out to be a really good sire. So everyone who kind of bred with Serenities, you can't really complain.
No.
So Ajax is 9924. Okay.
Yeah.
There's even more 9924s than there are 9925s with the and most of them are cults. So it just created a situation where if you had LTS fillies, you were just golden because you could move up so quickly, and you're breeding with and they're not just S horses. They're like 18 boost. Look at the filly rarity. The only ones with better filly rarity than LTS were RDF, right? The top RTF mares are all above 100. I think she's the one is the rarest the rarest 1-of-1. Okay, so Serena is rarer in terms of that, but Serena was a match one and didn't go with the 1-of-1s. Okay, but if you look at the 1-of-1s, the 9922s and 23s, she's the one. Was like 107 maybe, I don't even remember.
25.
Okay, 125. So she was there. Jupiter was like 170, and then Durban Poison's also pretty low, and that's a 99.23. So, but the point is, this is, if not the rarest, within a couple of the rarest, and it's 120 in terms of the filly. When you look at the number of LTS horses that are below 100, you know, there might be 15 to 20 of them, whereas at RTF there are 0, and RDF has a ton too. So LDF was stacked, and you breed with those horses, you know, the rarity actually matters, and that's why there's so few RTF S pluses. So when Durban Poison, even though it's the kind of rarest, I think, RTF sire of Gen 0, he's had, I think, 2 S pluses. That's it. I think, you know, she's the one, and maybe, was it Otani? Is that with Durban Poison as well?
I
can't
forgot
remember.
all about Otani. Jesus Christ. I mean, it's a mare, so I can't really remember it, but Red Rum is an age 1 hitting the track.
Oh no, so Otani was that must have been with Wishing Well then.
Yeah.
Okay. So the point is, it's not that easy to hit, and that doesn't even count Red Rum, because that was already an S plus that bred with it. So the only one with an S hit an S with Durban Poison and got an S plus was She's the One. And I think similarly with 99.22, that might be the only one that Indian Wells. If I said Wishing Wells instead of Indian Wells, I always get them confused. Wishing Wells is the baby. Indian Wells is the Gen 0. But that's not as rare as Jupiter. But if you look at the number of Indian Wells S pluses, what is it? It's probably like 1. Maybe it's gotten a second one now. I don't even know.
It's got 2. Yeah, it's got Scarlett Johansson and Otani. Obviously, Scarlett Johansson was the worst of the 2, but
yeah. And yeah, who was the? Let me see Scarlett Johansson for a second.
Sovereign Dreams out of Steffi.
Okay, yeah. So that's not, yeah, it's not a Gen 0. So there's only, when Gen 0 is just Otani with, and then the same thing with she. So it's much harder to get an S plus at RTF than it would be at other archetypes. Just because of the fact that RTF didn't have the kind of relative rarity. Now, the similar thing, I guess, at LDS was very hard, and RDS was very hard, except Doc Holliday was so good that you could easily get an S plus. A lot of S pluses came from Doc Holliday. But you know, at RTF, it's just very hard. So I got lucky in that the first one I got was She's the Boss. And then I was like, oh, this is easy. Look at this. And, you know, doesn't matter how many more times I've bred. She's the One with Durban Poison. I didn't get another S plus there. So I was kind of spoiled that first season. I was like, oh, look at this.
See, like, and this is the thing with, like, scrolling through, like, you see these things. It's like, all right, Scarlett Johansson was a fine runner. Wasn't the best. 7 for 21, so 33%er, but, like, it's just pumped. It's not really pumped with the one-on-ones. It has the Astro and it has Scuba. 2 foals. Like, I feel like this horse is bred well enough that $50K for a foal like this, like, seems fine. Like, it seems like it's gonna be a runner. Obviously, I've spent my fair share of 80Ks on S minuses, you know, 5-6 seasons ago when Peak was up, and they turned into $10,000 claimers, which is, you know, obviously it's great. That's what you want. But I like that though. That's the aspect of real life. You can go to the sale and spend, you know, multiple thousands and have a horse that just eats oats all day. That's it. That's all it does. Doesn't do shit besides eat oats and actually shit in the stall. But like going through and seeing stuff like that, like this foal months ago would probably be like 200K.
Yeah, probably.
And now
those down breeds, or those kind of breeds are kind of I don't know what to make of those. There's different
I'm on the fence
schools.
now because I bought a couple that were SS, came out S minus, and they've been complete whale shit. Like,
Yeah,
complete
it
garbage.
really depends on what kind of wick down,
Yeah.
and you just don't know. You won't know until it's on the track, and this could either be a killer racer or it's just going to be total dog shit.
Yeah, it
But-
looks like the A plus speed is what held it back from the Stallion. It's an interesting pairing, honestly.
Yeah. All right, I'm hitting my wall. Are there any?
Hit your wall.
I have any questions? And I'm gonna go get my milk and get ready for bed.
Damn, milk before bed. You can do
I'm
that.
kidding. I'm actually gonna go enter some horse races and then go.
Yeah, no shit. You have 400,000 horses in. Are we talking? You're not going to bed for at least 3 more hours. Yeah, at least 3 more hours. Yeah, people like when Mr. B's back. Yeah, I get Mr. B wants to come back. I just have to, like I said, I have to figure out how long it takes me to get through all the races before I can stop and small talk, and then figure it out from there. But now I think I got it. Like if I can have people on at 7 o'clock to 9, and it'll be all right. But yeah, Mr. B obviously always welcome to come up. But yeah, definitely had to get you back up after this past weekend because
yeah. So next time I win a major in 8 months, you'll have me back.
we're making a major winner every month now. So we'll be up here every month.
We'll see. You know what?
You can't lose.
I consider it a blessing to have won it once. If I win it again, it'll be great. But I'm happy that I got that monkey off my back, and it's a great feeling. In a way, it was the first one was a relief. I was like, finally, when I won the Gallop. But then when I won the Artemis, I was like super pumped. Not to the point where I was going to start screaming and taking my shirt off. But
winning the actual major that you have to qualify more always trumps undercard majors. But like I said,
you had to qualify for the Gallop as well. But it just I knew that as real as it gets is a better horse than Purposely Obtuse. So this was my horse, and like I said, I wanted to win the Artemis because when we first started doing it, there wasn't a Gallop, there wasn't a sprint. So I've had a couple of horses that came in third in the Artemis, but I didn't have one. And this horse started out as a 2-year-old. He was okay, nothing great. Showed promise, but then when he hit 3, he just turned into a killer.
And we talked about that earlier too. Sometimes you just have good 2-year-olds and then drop off at 3, or you have bad 2-year-olds that pick it up at 3.
And I'll show you a little something. Click on the Artemis, and then I'll end. This is where heart comes into play. So before we do that, click on As Real as It Gets. And click on the sire. Now, Monkey Tennis is going to give me a commission for this, but take a look at the SS minus stats on, no, not on Mundo, on Sol Invictus. Stamina and heart. Okay? Now, what are the 2 stats that are probably most important for a major? For
Heart number 1 and then stamina.
Okay, so now take
I'm a heart maxi, bro. I'm all about heart.
All right, so take a look at, so we know As Real as It Gets whose the sire was, right? Sol Invictus. Yeah. Take a look at the horse that came in second.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's see who came in third.
What are you doing? Come on, bro. Why can't you just do this off screen? I actually wanted to go to Sol Invictus one of these days. Now he's gonna raise the price back up. Yeah, Sol Invictus across the board.
Let's see who came in fourth.
Oh, for Christ's sakes. You're killing me here. Yeah, confirmed. Sol Invictus good.
And now he's not in fifth, but then he's also 6th, 7th, and 8th. So 7 of the first 8 horses in this race were Sol Invictus. The funny thing is, and I'll pour a little cold water. The Sol Invictus babies have been okay, but if you look at the actual product, they haven't killed it. It's just in this race, it all comes together because the heart is more important in a major. So you look at his stats other than the first 2 finishers in the race. So my horse and the horse that came in second.
Yeah.
That's Wolof's. Those are good runners. The other ones have been okay. It's not like you look at those horses and go, wow, these are killers. But in the big race,
Mesmerize was the Otani foal too.
No, well, Mesmerize, yeah. Otani, that makes sense, right? So you've got She's the Boss and Otani, who were the two best, the two S pluses that came out of that first crop, and now their babies are coming 1-2 in a major. So that makes total sense, except for the fact that both She's the Boss and Otani were pure sprinters, and now they're coming 1-2 in. So this is coming back to what you were saying earlier, but sometimes if you got great blood, odds are it's going to be a good horse, but you don't really know whether it's going to be a sprinter. So if you go to the 2-year-old version of it, which is Angel in Her Eyes, right? Go to that horse. Full sibling to As Real as It Gets.
Yeah, the other way.
But this one's a pure sprinter. And As Real as It Gets, pure distance. So when I ran Angel in Her Eyes in her first 3 starts, I was like, oh, this is going to be a distance horse, right? So what did I do? I ran her at like 9 furlongs, 10 furlongs, whatever. She was okay, but not really good. And then I was like, all right, let me run her a sprint. And I was like, okay, I don't need to know anymore. I know this horse is a sprint.
82 in a 14-horse field, wire to wire, is pretty nice. And then followed it up with an 83.
Even though it was unyielding. So at that moment, I was like, but the point is, you think you know, and that's one thing for horses. When you have 2-year-olds, you've got to spread those races around and find your distance preference. That's the most important thing you can do in your first few races with a 2-year-old is find your distance preference, because that's where you're going to race. You're going to do your racing at your distance preference. Your overall fleet figure means nothing. It doesn't say it means nothing, but you could have a horse that has a high figure. If it's a 5 furlong horse, you got no shot at 12 furlongs, assuming it's not one of those weird ones like you were talking about that's good, only really short and really long. But in general, if I have a horse that really shits the bed at 12 furlongs in his first start or two, like running, just a horrible number, that's almost a good thing, because I'm like, great. If I think a horse should be running in its, let's say I think a horse should be running 65 and he runs a 45, I'm like, great. I know that's not his distance preference. And I can kind of almost swing in totally the other way, because I'm like, okay.
Well, and that's what I ran into with this filly. Like, I bred her. I sold the first foal, but like, she ran distance. Like, she was a Mundo. She had the stamina there. She wanted distance. And then her first foal turned into a sprinter, 4-5 only. Right. And then I kept the second foal, and I started running her long because that's where I would expect her to run. And then when I shortened her up, she put results out. So like, I, in my opinion, assumed, and this is something you can't assume because the variance is so nice, that she was going to give me distance runners each time. 0 for 2 so far, which is good. Now it helps me out when I go to run this beautiful fucking Space Vibes colt that I got for my efforts. I'm gonna go to a sprint first, because the SS minus stamina tells me I should go distance, because that's what Space Vibes was. But so did McPherson, and so did who else did I go to? I went to one of yours, I think. What was this one? Better Than Most? No, this was McPherson. Oh, I went to the JJ's. I went to Better Than Most, and I asked for a refund instantly, because Better Than Most makes them worse than better, in my opinion. But it's tough. You're not guaranteed. And like I said, with JPJ, like, her first foal, Rooney, was a pure distance runner. Serenity Now. Her second foal ran mids. Her third foal was a pure sprinter. And there is no such thing as pure sprinters in left turf. This motherfucker is a pure sprinter.
Those are edges. When you have a left turf sprinter, it's better than a left turf distance horse.
And then this dumb idiot put it in the claiming race and lost it to Stens. But this is what he turned into. Like, he's a profitable horse throughout, but pure sprinter.
Renowned has it. Yeah, those guys are.
Yeah, they claimed it from Stens. Stens claimed it for 150 or something, or maybe 200. I don't remember. But
I don't like seeing Renowned in a race. Those guys are sharp.
They got some nice ones. Yeah, they definitely got some nice ones. But yeah, it's one of the things that I yelled at Zook. I'm like, you got to stop doing this. Like, you tilted off. Yeah, you tilted off, and he ran it in a claimer for 175. It won and it got claimed. All right, so we collected 200K total. That's fine. That's awesome. That's great. You got your 200K on a $50 breed, and then the horse just went on to win with Stens, finish second in majors, win graded stakes. So it's like you kind of you can't really. As much as you want to give up on them, you can give up on them. But you got to try them everywhere. And that's what I told him. Like, you gotta stop. Like, you gotta stop running them at the distance that you think they're going to be in, and start testing them everywhere else. Just because they put up a 65 going 11 furlongs on the right conditions and runs 4th or 5th doesn't mean it's going to run back and run a good number. Like, try it in the mid. Try it. You know, if you ran 11 and it ran 5th and put up a 62 or 63, go to the mid and try it. But like, try all the funnels. Like, that's one thing I get caught up in doing. It's like, I'm so dead set, and outside of like my right dirt mares that I have, I can almost guarantee every single one of them is a sprinter. I looked at the line. It's 4-5, 4-5, 4-5. It passes all the way down through the grandchildren. None of them have ever won over 7 furlongs, and the ones that have, it was like a fluke win because the race was so bad. But I am a victim, or not a victim. I'm a stupid idiot of not trying horses at every distance. Like, sometimes,
I mean, if you think it's going to be a sprinter and it starts sprinting well out of the gate, then maybe you don't need to experiment too much. But in general, if the horse isn't winning or running as well as you think it should, I've made the mistake myself numerous times. Is you need to experiment and make sure, and just don't assume because the sibling, like I said, we just looked as real as it gets. The obvious assumption would be that Angel in Her Eyes would have been a distance horse, but she was a sprinter. So I was a little pig-headed for 3 starts, but then I'm like, okay, let me try it at a sprint, and boom. So you need to experiment, and that's the most important thing you can do with your 2-year-old season, or at least early in it, is to kind of find your distance preference, and then then you can go from there. And don't just assume it. If you think it's going to be a distance horse, you probably want to run at the distance to start in the first race or two. But don't be like, oh, this horse has to be a distance horse, because that's a mistake. So, all right. I think GVG was telling us to end the show. Or he was telling me, like I said, I got to go anyway. I got to do my racing. And he said something about drinking wine. I might do that.
It was thanks for coming
up.
That
was Noah. Okay, I saw something pop up. So
Noah's gonna have a glass of milk and go to bed as well. Guy Stable, thanks for the great tips, Mr. B. Yeah, it's easier getting opinions from larger stables than it is getting opinions from me who has 20 horses, and I will just give you my opinions based on my experiences. But obviously my sample size is a fraction of the Mr. B's, the absolute horsepowers. Like anyone that I ever have on stream that has a large stable, like, you can go back to my early streams on YouTube, and I have tons of Mr. B content and the Stens content on there too. All the way back to, like, season 1, even before the season started. So
wow, you're really gonna torture them and make them watch Stens?
I'm not gonna torture anyone. I'm just gonna.
I'm joking.
Videos also, but yeah, I got Mr. B all the way back here. Here's Mr. B on Fool's Day, streamed 8 months ago. Right here, like my first couple streams were all Mr. B on top. So you can go back and check those out. And those were all like original breeding theories, I would say, like when we first started, like picking your guys' brain and seeing what happened. But yeah, that's
you're better off watching Stens' videos than mine.
I mean, they're still up. I still tell people to go watch them as well. But you two the other disadvantage before I let you go is, when you're on stream with Stens, you really got to fight to get your words in. So like there were a couple times where, I had to stop him so Mr. B could get some words in. But yeah, the earlier stuff there, like pre again, that was the first Fool's Day stream that was done. Where Stens did his reveal. I think we had you do some reveals as well. But even the 2 streams before that, it was breeding theory, like
Yeah.
original season 1 breeding theory, crop 1 of the game breeding theory. So
Yeah.
those are always good. And you can fast forward through shit. I don't have anything time stamped, but it's there for whoever wants it. But on that note, yeah, Mr. B, I'll let you go. Have a good night's sleep, and we'll talk later. We'll get you back on, obviously.
All right, great. It was great being on.
Take it easy.
Take care.
Wonderful. I guess we can look at this last race before I sign off, because why would we not do that if we have more action? We got to try and break even tonight, so let's see. I'm going to cover this, and then they'll be done for the night, and we're back tomorrow. Tomorrow should be, the first part of the stream should be it's going to be a little special. It's going to take us back. I should have Zook on tomorrow, but we're going to do a blast from the past, basically, from what we did 2 years ago, almost, before we were streaming PFL. Side note, got my first win this month, second ever. Let's go, Viper. I was on pace to break my last season's win record, but the last week or so has been really, really tough. We're sitting at 11 wins right now. I think I have to get to 18 or 19. But we're down Derby, I'll tell you that. I gotta get more discipline in running these 2-year-olds. My A horses are doing a lot better than my higher up horses. I appreciate that, Viper. Listen, man, I try to help. Like I said, it's getting opinions from someone like me who has a small stable and has to grind a little bit more and be a little bit more careful. It works, but when I'm able to have the Mr. B's or the ABSs or the other big stables on, getting theirs is just like, that's knowledge that isn't often put out there because those people don't stream, and the ones that do stream, they have their stuff saved. Absolute Horsepower on YouTube, they have all their streams saved, and those are streams that they have bits and pieces of knowledge in. They may be long sometimes. I mean, my streams are long too, but if you're here the whole time, you get it. But if you're going back to rewatch, it's a little bit tougher because you don't know what to look for and what to listen for. But yeah, it'd be like that. But yeah, let's try and knock out this last race, and then we'll sign off, and we'll be back tomorrow. You can watch from 7:30. 2 hours. I had Mr. B on at 7:30. I think that was like, you'll see. You just go through and you see, and just click from there. But yeah, it's always good to have Mr. B on. Also, what's up, FaZe? Thanks for coming through. Sirius TV, appreciate the follow. 48 or an hour ago, I guess. If you were a newer stable and you're just checking in, obviously hit the follow button. I'm live Mondays and Tuesdays every week. Sometimes we go live in the middle of the week, depending if there's a race card to handicap or if I have other stuff going on. But yeah, hit the follow button. We're always here. My Twitter account is linked at the bottom. You can follow me there as well. But yeah, let's knock out the Farmers Commemorative, and I'm gonna call it a week. Yeah, let's go. I'll pull out a Viper. Let me get through this race real quick. Black Fashion will start off with the 1. 7 starts at 4, 2 wins, a second, 2/3 with a high 77. Soft, pretty solid as well. So good stats on both sides of the track. Has been running in graded company. Has been running well in graded company. Has lost to Mufasa and Betrayer, who are both in this race. So far, par for the course. This horse is right on spot, right on schedule. Currently down 3. It's been a weird night. A couple of the races I haven't been able to get pissed off at because Mr. B was here, which is probably a good thing because there was a couple of races where I wanted to tilt, where we ended up second instead of winning, or third instead of winning. But all things considered, down 3K is pretty good. Listen, like I said last week, we were on a heater for four weeks in a row. Like, we're allowed to be down 1 or 2 nights. So I'll take this as a small loss. We jump to the 2, Amaretta. Amaretta is 14 for 20 at 4 furlongs. No win equity, though. It's really tough to squeeze a win out of this one. Out of Mojita, I think this is a Mo horse. Well, was a Mo horse, and I think he sold it. I think Mojita is a Mo horse. Mo nose, rather. Yep. All right, cool. So let's see. This one turned out pretty okay. I don't know if it's positive. Yeah, it's positive, too. Damn. That's kind of nice. But on soft, it is not nice. So I'm going to pass on the 2 right now. If this was a firm race, I think it would be a lot better. But He'll pass on the 2. We like the 1. Mufasa the 3. 6 starts at 4, a win in 2/3, and then 9 for 17 on soft. So pretty solid. Coming off back-to-back wins, 1 and a grade 1 or a graded 1. Yes, cool. So Mufasa could be there. I don't know if I like Mufasa more than I like the 1, but I like Mufasa, and I'm pretty sure this is a full complement of win play show. Actually, I need to run to the bathroom real quick. Give me a second. I'll be right back. All right. So Mufasa could also be in line for a solid finish. I don't know if I like it more than I like the 1, but I like Mufasa. Again, Mufasa has beat the 1 as well, so we'll keep that in mind. Velvet Hammer. Has Mufasa been running graded race? It has, but it hasn't been doing as well. All right, maybe I don't like Mufasa as much as I said. I like the 1 because it's been running in the graded races and being competitive. Mufasa, on the other hand, not so competitive. Does have a win here in a grade 1. It's a short field, though. Velvet Hammer, 50-50 at the distance, 8 for 11 on soft. So Velvet Hammer might come into play. Let me see. All right, ran pretty terrible with 5 furlongs on yielding. So it really needs a soft race. Yielding 3rd, sloppy 8th, 2nd, 4th, 3rd. Maybe Velvet Hammer is good enough for a 2nd or 3rd. I don't know. It doesn't look like it's picking up at the back here it picked up the wins, but these are sloppy. We'll come back to the 4. Orderly Meds, Ophir at 4 furlongs. Okay, not too enthusiastic about the Ophir. Soft track, 8 for 14, 50-50. The 6 Betrayer. Just lost to Mufasa last start. It's an S-, so it's probably behind the 8 ball here against the S's. Convincing win in the S- stakes to put up a 78. Oh, shit. I did. Fuck, where did it go? I did not forget. I seen it. Probably gone now, but at least I could do is. Here it is. Stack Banner, if you're still here. I did talk to Ian about this on stream before. They want to implement it. I don't know when it's going to be implemented. But pick threes, daily doubles, exactas, all that stuff. But the thing, they just got to, I guess it's harder to figure out. Like, they can do it, but getting the liquidity for all of that is going to be the issue. Because you definitely need people actively wagering on those exotics. And I don't know that we're there yet. I really don't. I want to be. I really do, but I don't think we're there yet. This is only a 6-horse field. So I think I am just going to run with the 1. They're on Velvet Hammer. I kind of like that for us. Now, granted, I understand this looks pretty dope. Might just take a chance on the other side. I'm not going to go crazy on it. If my 5 gets me 25 back, that means we're only down 5 on the night. And if we lose, then we're down 35, which isn't bad. I mean, again, I'm saying it's not bad. Being down $30 or $32 is not terrible. Yeah, same. Honestly, hard same. I was hoping this. I don't know. I guess the superfecta thing was pretty cool. Also, everyone would take advantage of this show pool as well. We put a K on it and we win. We basically break even. And if we don't win, then we're down. All right, someone also threw 490 in the place pool, so take advantage of that as well. I'm going to try and get the racing form by tomorrow night, and I will let you know if those are accurate or not. I know those are the top 2 horses, but it's a 20-horse race, dude. Anything can happen. It's not often the stone cold nut favorite wins or the best horse wins. So it's going to come down to track conditions, too, and it always rains on Derby days. So it's like anything can happen, really. But I'm going to try and get the racing form tomorrow so we can actually take a look at it. But yeah, let me roll with the 1 here. You know what? You're right, Viper. Mama didn't raise no bitch. Scared money don't make money. What's the difference between 500 and 1,000? Nothing. That goes off in an hour and 12. We'll recap that one tomorrow on stream. I don't know. I didn't mint mine. I don't want to make a wallet. I don't want to do it. I'm stubborn, dog. I do not want to do it. That's too. We don't like that. We don't like that at all. The problem with the 17 is if it doesn't have a clean break and get out in front or get out of that pack, it's going to be fucked going in that first turn. And then the problem with the 2 is if it doesn't get out in front, it's going to be fucked going into that first turn. You're just going to get boxed in the whole way. So that's the reason I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket with saying, yeah, the 2 is probably a lock and the 17 is a lock. They both have difficult positions. And if they don't have enough speed to get out and get clear, it's going to be a long race. It's definitely going to be a long race. Do I know anybody in here? No. D. Wayne's back. A couple Japanese horses. Barbosa, Pletcher, Mott. Nope, I don't know any of these fuckers. Fierceness is also a very inexperienced horse. But it's running good. I'm not taking that away from it. All right. Crushed the maiden special weight, put up a 102. That's very good. Got mushed in the Champagne. Who won the Champagne? Yeah, he's taking the same route as many horses before him. Started late, which is good as a 2-year-old. I like 2-year-olds that start late. It gives them more time to mature and grow into their body. Came back a month later, finished second in the Remsen. Came back 2 months later, win the Risen Star. 2 months later, the Bluegrass. Yeah, the problem is sitting back. Like, again, I'm not taking away from being a good horse, but the Derby is a completely different fucking animal altogether. You can sit back, but if you get boxed in any of those turns and you can't get out, it doesn't matter how much fucking horse you have at the end, you're going nowhere. So this is where the experience of the jockey comes in. Like, if the jockey can get him out of the clear and get him out of trouble, then all right, we're on to something. But it's so hard to fight from the inside position, especially if you're going to come closing. You're going to be boxed in by 18 other horses trying to do anything. You're not going to be able to split aces. You're not going to be able to swing to the outside. It's just tough. But it's a 1.25 miles. Anything can happen. Again, I want to see what happens with the rain. Let me actually check the weather. I really hope we get a sloppy track. If I had $1 for every time I heard this horse is different, I'd have so many horses right now. I'd have 1 million horses. Probably not streaming the Derby because I don't think I can stream that without getting banned for I guess copyright infringement. What it would be? All right, come on, you fucker. But I might go live Saturday to cap the undercard and the virtual Derby. I just have to see what time I get off work. What am I looking for? Lexington. Can I get like the 5-day forecast? Why have they made the weather so fucking hard? Give me a fucking 5-day forecast, not the Doppler radar. Yep, here we go. Perfect. Rain. I love it. Yeah, we're gonna cap. I'm gonna try and get the racing form for tomorrow. We're gonna cap this race. If it's gonna be sloppy, then there's a lot of value to be had in that race. The fact that there's 2 stone nut favorites means that we're going to have 20-1s everywhere. Yeah. 3-1, 8-1, and 5-2 are the only horses under 10-1. Yeah, I'm going to try and get the racing form for tomorrow. Actually, I can see if Bryce can buy it for me. I'll just send him money. I think he has an account. But yeah, we'll check it out and we'll see. But yeah, like I said, the Derby is a different race. If this was just another run-of-the-mill race, like if this was the Preakness and it was half the field, which it usually is, I would say sure, the 2 probably has no problem getting out of an 8-horse race without any problems. But in a 20-horse field, when you have to fucking play bumper cars for the first 1/4 mile to get your position, it's just too tough. It takes a lot out of your horse early, and that's why the best horse always wins. If you can endure the first 1/4 mile of that race, going into that first turn and get clear and not be boxed in and not get bumped around, fuck with your horse's confidence, like, then we have a race. But the issue with 20 horses going in the first turn is it's never peaches and candy. It's never easy. It's never easy. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'll definitely get the form for tomorrow and we'll take a look-see. And like I said, the weather forecast is our best friend. So we're getting rain the next 10 days. We're getting rain in Kentucky. So it's gonna be fun. The Friday card should be fun to handicap too. I actually might do both. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll post on Twitter. Doubt it. I don't need any bozos coming back saying I listened to you and I lost. No one fucking told you to listen to me. Nobody told you at all. Let me check the right third stable and then we'll get out of here. Nah, listen, if you're an adult over the age of 21, I shouldn't have to say not financial advice. You should just assume that it's not financial advice. All right, let me watch these. All right, just kidding. Not going to watch any races. I guess we'll just see where we finish. All right, perfect. I'll sell him for 10K. Claiming 175. This is a big one. Can I please watch it? I have to watch it. You're a dickhead, you know that? Where did we end up? Auto was third choice. Doesn't matter. He just won for 100K 2 days ago. So hopefully we can cash here. Yeah, dog. The moment your mom stops changing your shitty diaper, you should be responsible enough to make decisions for yourself. That's just my opinion on it. Oh, I'm running off preference too because there wasn't a single race. So I actually might be cooked in this race. Though he does have a win. He has a win in a grade 1 at left dirt, but I don't know what this field shaped up to be. So he might actually just get cooked, which was great because it's a waste of some derby. Just because I didn't want to wait another 24 hours. 48 hours is too much time. Right, looking like second to last place. You'd love to see it. Oh shit, I lied. Maybe looking like a win. No. That's how it should be, honestly. Started me young. That was me. Little 6-year-old walk up to the window. Let me get $2 a win on a 3, please. All right. Well, we lost 400 derby, but we finished third, so that's cool. Now this is the issue. Come on, I just want to watch this race so I can log off, please. I'll wait because I guess that's what you're supposed to do. I'm not happy about it. And as soon as I hit download, the fucking race is going to populate too, which is great. Did we sell a horse today? Why do I have so many notifications? Oh my God, if we sold a horse, that would be fucking swell. This filly's getting retired next week. We're on the outside. A- break. Going 4 furlongs is very bad. Well, we're dead. God damn, dude. The shitty start passed down from her mom. It's crazy. She's cruising on the outside. I feel like she's going to hit a brick wall. Yeah, I got lucky. We sold one yesterday. That was great for this stable. Come on, fucker. Put your head down and cash. Come on, give me a podium. No, you fuck. Fourth? Oh, that's a little bit back. All right. Get a little bit back. It's not a terrible fourth. Damn, we went down 130. Actually, we're up 7 grand. All right, so an S. This is cool. S- jumped up and beat the field full of S's. Love to see that. Juice one. All right, yeah. So she's getting retired. I'm pretty sure she got her mom's shitty start. A+ start, S. Likely stayed S-. She's been whatever. Yeah, she needs to get off this. Show it off. I gotta breed this into something nice, and then we'll be back at it. But did I sell something? Oh, let's go. Wait, did we? We did. It was yesterday. 1, 2, 6. Yeah, she's staying at 45. Do I have anything else we want to list? I want to keep this cold. I should sell it. My space vibe's cold. We'll probably keep it. I gotta get rid of some of these shitters. I'm probably gonna list these 2 shitheads cheap. I gotta get them out. Too many horses absorbing too much derby. This is tomorrow. He's gonna get smoked and mollywopped because he sucks. Yeah, I got a lot of strategy to do before next week. I gotta list some horses and get them the fuck out of here. But all right, we'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna run an ad and then we're out of here. So if you want to get out of here now, get out of here now while you still can. If not, enjoy the ad and we'll see you tomorrow at 7. Tomorrow at 7. Tomorrow at 7. We got a nice one tomorrow, assuming this idiot responds. But take it easy.